Just that, which I should have done before I started stream, and voila. Welcome back, one and all, to Sunless Sea. When last we left off, well, we were trying to find our footing. And that footing lied in Skintalak. So, we're getting a decent start off. We've got a full selection of officers. We have an amount of echoes to our name. Echoes that we will want to trade off sooner rather than later for a bigger boat, a better boat. Not this guy. This guy's just this guy's a small fry in comparison. We'll want. Honestly, we'll probably be starting off with trying to get this guy, the Forked class corvette. Small, swift, and formidable, like a very angry foal. With eventual goals of getting a Calico class merchant cruiser. Oh. Hi, Ratso. Thank you for the follow. I hope your deal's been going well. Yeah. Be a goal and a dream. Now we have this guy. What do we need first? Yeah, thank you for the follow. Honestly, I'm surprised you weren't already followed, but better late than never. We want more fuel so we don't get stranded. We're just about to take over. Go like that? Yeah, sure, we'll go like that. That'll be our loadout for the moment. Yeah, I think I know where I want to go off first things first. That's a word I hate saying in this game. North. Go up there. There'll be nothing happy there, but we will be going up there. In our slow, ponderous level. Hey, Ratzel, Ash, thank you both for the raid. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I'm playing Sunless Sea tonight. We should get the dog down here a moment so I can concentrate. How's it going, y'all? I know y'all are streaming Dead Space 3. How's that going for you two? I've heard very mixed things about that game. Seen very mixed things about that game. But hopefully it's going alright for you all. Yeah. Hello. Welcome all. And thank you for the hosts and raids. Was not expecting that. Hello. Very high pitched. Ash, isn't that just you always very high pitched? Been pretty fun, but though that's good. That's always good. Report. Ash has been squeaking a lot. Somehow this does not surprise me one bit. But yeah, glad y'all have been enjoying that. It's like, for all the faults that game has had, the one thing I've heard well about it is that if... Oh, is that if you're at least playing with someone else, it tends to be pretty, go pretty alright. Oh, there's me the bats. No worries, it's fine, it's fine. Get food, get water. Lurk if you so desire. I don't mind if y'all just want to lurk about. That is acceptable. I'm just thankful y'all stopped by, everyone here. I will try to live up to what is very much a lot slower pace of the game, but still an enjoyable ride nonetheless. I adore this game. Dear God, it's gonna eat me alive. That will be the fun. There'll be time when I do not have to worry about these small bats and crabs, but today is not that time. Nope. On the plus side, that was a really good use up of getting rid of our hunger there. Yeah, for those who don't know, Sunless Sea is an interesting game. It's effectively roguelike in nature, but it's a very slower paced game, very ponderous, but also very almost kind of eldritch, and it just has a very huge lore base behind it that is just fun to delve in, and is very eldritch in nature. Makes for a very, very unique experience. We have ambitions and backgrounds that we've chosen and such that we just kind of use as a starting basis. Like my ambition for this character is to effectively retire to a life of luxury, but there's a lot that can happen. Death lurks around every corner. And it's just a matter of just trying to go about, explore different storylines, and also just trying to get up echoes to get a better boat, to equip to your better boat, and hopefully have a better chance of survival. Because, like I said, death lurks around every corner. Every corner. So, we just ponder the Z. It's a mostly randomized map, except for this side right here. Everything else, the places are the same. Where they are differs. If we die, we go to a new captain. This is still our first captain. We've not died that. This is only session 2 of this run. Managed not to fall into deaths upon deaths. Yeah, that is Sunless Sea. It is based in effectively the universe of Fallen London, which is sort of an interesting browser-ish game. As a sequel, Sunless Skies. I might do that at some point after this Accord, but now this is Sunless Sea, one that very much struck my fancy when I first bought it. I got hooked into its world very, very easily. It's just one of those fun forest games, just kind of figuring out the various mysteries. And that's part of the fun in it. Exploring around, delving into secrets, and hoping you don't get yourself mauled. Which will happen. I'm effectively challenging myself because there's 2 modes. One lets you just save and load up manually and such. That's called Merciful Mode. And then there's the default base roguelike mode, which is what I'm trying to do right here. Which is, you only have the autosave, and the autosave, well, does its autosave things. Updates and whatnot. That's Invictus token. That's what shows you still in unforgiving mode, which is the no save slots other than autosave. And we die, but hopefully we do not die yet. Although, being up this north is a risk. Well, I hope it pays off. If I can find what I'm looking for. Also, if you can tell by the music, it's very atmospheric. Really, Mount Palmerston is this close? Usually it's a lot further off for me. Okay, then. Mount Palmerston is good to know where that's at. It's a mixed bag, although it's cheap fuel, and that's the important thing. Actually do have some cheap fuel. Oh yeah, and Blizzard slow you. That's part of the risk of being this far north. North means snow. Oh yeah, and the undersea, the area that we're exploring this, yeah, it's underground, where London was stolen off by bats. Until the new game comes out, that's more or less a good chunk of the context we know. I mean, it was stolen by bats. There's a lot to being stolen by bats. Explore Island, I do not want to do that. Just medicine, I do not have that. Hey, Meow-Medusa, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Port report. Hello, port report. Chat to the port folk around Brimstone Convention. There's a revolution in hell, and the aristocracy of devils fled here. Here, they plot in exile. Shrug and a curse. They don't do us any harm. They stay up there, and we stay down here. Hell's fighting itself, that's good for us all, isn't it? Of course, yep. Thank you very much. And, well, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you can enjoy the ride. Forgot to read the Mount Palmerston description. Mount Palmerston, sullen lights glow green at the jetty's edge. Behind the port buildings, island is knee-deep in ash. There are ruins here and there of houses destroyed by fire. Far above, the mountain's top flickers red, just for an instant. As it said in the port report, Hell kind of revolted against its aristocracy. The aristocracy wound up here. The revolutionaries, well, they're in charge of Hell now. And, yeah. Without laws and such. Go up the crater. They say the road to Hell is paved with good intentions, but the road to the Brimstone Convention is paved with cinders. That, the Brimstone Convention, is the former aristocracy of Hell. Up the road, do they admit visitors to the Brimstone Convention? Probably not. But you never know. They might sell tickets. Above the bay, look down and see Port Palmerston like a toy and the ruins like gravel. You've come far, but the volcano's cone still rears above you. Rest a little before you go the last half mile. In occurrence, your objective encounters with the wistful devil-esque quality is now won. Found little cottage by the gate to the Brimstone Convention. This is a fun part of Sunless Sea. Just these little stories that are like everywhere. The wistful devil-esque. The road to the crater ends at a brass gate in the crater wall. Beside it stands an oddly charming little cottage. It's thrown together from pumice and basalt, but it features honeysuckle. An equally charming devil-esque in a tea gown leans against the cottage wall, twirling a parasol and fanning herself. I'm the guardian of this place, she remarks languidly. We may not pass, but can I offer you a cup of Armillaria tea? Sure. What could go wrong with having tea with the devil-esque? Everything. Be careful in interacting with devils in the fallen London setting. Tea with the devil-esque. Armillaria. That's not one of the poisonous ones, is it? You're pretty sure it's not. Terror in a tea gown? No doubt she'd be much less pleasant if you tried to break down that gate. But just now, she's a courteous, soft-voiced woman in a tea gown. The tea is hot and nutty and rather pleasant. She asks about your voyages. She is desperate for news of London, of its mists, its nights, its sick, its poor, its fires. She tactfully turns aside questions about the convention, but shares some of the secrets of the Neath. Come and see me again, she says, next time you're here. She shrugs gracefully. Bring me a present, if you like. An occurrence. Your objective now. Your encounters with the Wistful Delis quality is now 20. You've taken tea with the Wistful Delis. 60 fragments. It's fine. And what you can do here, but we can buy some cheap fuel. Fuel's cheap here. by like 1 echo or something like that, but cheaper is cheaper, darn it. Can also, and these are notes for later, can also buy Devil Bone Dice, Mageus, Aloth, and Zoop. Second. Do I need one of those? Where is my records for the Principality? Ah, here it is. Principal's End. Marshalled Silver, Wakeful Idol. That's not quite yet. Monster's Tooth. Ah, yes, a little flint. The flute cord. Ugh. Flute cord. So yeah, this works out being here. We need one of these guys. For our principals. Supplies, by the way, are more expensive here. But the fun part of it is the Daily Bread's description. Palmerston's Perniculous Pollution Poisons Provisions. Yeah. That's a tongue twister and a half. Also, don't think that too hard on, because that implies they're poisoning their provisions, and, yeah. As I said, whether it's the aristocracy of hell or the revolutionaries of hell, be careful. At the end of the day, they tend to want your soul. That's devils for you. They would desire your soul. Preferably without any blemishes. Or at least too bad of blemishes, I guess, but yeah. Oh gods, I need to get out of this blizzard. So slow. Ugh. So slow. Z-Bat, can you find what I'm looking for? No islands within range. Okay, further east we go. I think the blizzard ends around here based upon the animation, so should be able to go faster soon. Okay, like now. Thank goodness. Oh, Frostfound. Not what I was looking for, but I'll stop by for it to be on my map. Frostfound, vast and chilly. A fortress sieged by questions, answers, and riddles. Frostfound is, dangerous place. Decide to delve into its secrets. We'll have to for the tireless mechanic at some point. Not now. We shall not do that now. But it is a place that we will need to explore at some point. For now, just stop by, see what the locals have to say. Frostfound. Towers and ramps and galleries and stairs of ice, raised and spun like an architect's honey dream. No spider ever wove so complex a web. The towers are utterly pristine, untouched by human life, but a pitiable encampment squats by the dock. Can take tea with the squatters at the dock. Ask the squatters about the castle. Enter Frostfound. A long flight of stairs rises glistening to a sheer tower. There is no door. Reflection hangs in the cloudy ice. Here's your warning here. You cannot enter Frostfound if your terror is greater than 20. and you should not enter Frostfound without a good reason. They are not kidding. We have a good reason. We're still not doing it yet. Creative report. What are the squatters up to? Bickering amiably. Not all are Eremi or Witherin. There's the odd researcher, the occasional deranged ice sculptor, now and then a very cold, very sad, rubbery man. But for the most part, an atmosphere of friendly rivalry reigns. And take tea with the squatters at the dock. Some of them wear the robes of Eremi riddle fishers. Some look like the Witherin folk, but even more ragged. But they do seem a little more practical than either of those peoples. A surprisingly warm welcome. We're keeping the steps for the game of truths, a helpful riddle fisher explains, as she fills your cup for the third time. Every year, the people of Irene and Wither meet here for, she pauses, contests, she finished vaguely. The difference between a question and a riddle. One day, someone will prove themselves enough to enter the castle. You spend a pleasant few hours, while the tea is supplemented with Irene liquors, pale withering beer, and something the riddle fisher describes blandly as snake cake. They offer you fuel and supplies before you leave. We keep enough to spare, the riddle fisher grins. From time to time, a captain gets lost and comes up here, and we always feel bad for them. Gained 1 supply, gained 1 fuel, lost 10 terror. This is one of the better stop-by-port random events. Supply, fuel, good chunk of terror loss. It's good. Also, you'll note you'll need at least 50 mirrors to enter Frostfound, so that's my other excuse not to enter here. There's no shops, there's no nothing else. There's just this. And we shall continue to search what we have been searching for. Which is probably going to be somewhere around here, based upon where everything else I found has been. Like, Mount Palmerston's there, Frostfound's there, so what I'm looking for has to be somewhere up in this corner. I think, unless I just blatantly missed it somewhere else, which, I'm not going to put it past myself to accidentally do so, but yeah, should be up here somewhere. Yes, we can go under these. That is valid. We will need our mirrors up a bit more. Of course, we're going to need everything up more. We are still relatively close to basic stats. No surprise. That's part of the progress, and part of the secrets that we gather. Alright, Bat. We are in fog, but can you find the place I'm looking for? Nothing in range. Alright then, well, gotta be somewhere up here. Can literally only be at the top of the map. One nice thing about having Mount Palmerston and Frostfound, at least, it's like I can sort of restock on things, especially fuel. There is something down there. I worry about whatever's down there. These areas can be dangerous. And horrors very much lurk in the darks. Actually, this far north. Bat, please. Okay. Chapel of Lights we'll go to in a moment, but here's what we're looking for. The Avid Horizon. You'll note those on the ice. Yeah. Those are similar to runes in another area when we took a peek at the bazaar. But for now, we are at avid horizon. This is the end. Two vast winged shapes guard a gate of something like resin, smooth but uneven. It is a deep gant, the color that remains when all other colors have been eaten. They mean that literally. Ice crusts over the crack between its valves. Approach and your breath freezes. Falls tinkling in shards from the air. It would be utterly foolish to touch the thing. Do not touch the thing. A merciless wind blows from everywhere to everywhere. It passes without effort through your bridge coat, your flesh, your lungs. The dock lies empty. There are very, very few options here. You can explore along the shoreline. What could be found on this bleak beach? Locked with no more than 0 memoirs. Beginner's luck, huh? Open the high gates. Not quite. A curious miscellany gathered from all across the YZ. We complete a certain manner learner to achieve this. We are not open the gate. You can look to the stars. Not a good idea. Gather intelligence. This is our port report. We do want to do this. Such as there is to gather out here where nothing moves. Nothing moves. The stillness is itself of interest to the Admiralty. It is not impossible someone foolish might attempt to open the gate. It is not inconceivable that it might open from the other side. And what then? Your journey here may attract the attention of a certain Crimson Patron. Return your report to the Admiralty in London to unlock a new story. Certain Crimson Patron we are not dealing with at the moment. But yeah, let's explore along the shoreline. What could be found on this bleak beach? An abandoned expedition. A ragged tent flaps in the freezing wind. Ice-encrusted bones lie tumbled at the flap. Someone came here to be forgotten. We have gained. Note, this, you'll note, yeah, it has beginner's luck. You found something valuable. Once per game, something pleasant will happen. Means it, once per run, you can use your beginner's luck in a place. There are various places you can do so. This is a pretty good one to use it on. Gain 1 outlandish artifact. This belongs in a museum. Assuming that colonial imperial appropriation for the purpose of hegemonic taxonomization is a suitable response to the problem of intercultural contact, which it probably is, because museums are magnificent institutions. There's some cheeky dialogue. Gain 5 terror, 3 supplies, 1 eyeless skull. Thick plates of bone have developed over the orbits, as if to hide or protect them. They are smooth and cold to the touch. Irigo light glimmers in the line of the jaw. And we have 1 empty mirror catch box. Oh, I could have used that earlier. Burp. Oh well, we have an empty mirror catch box now. So yeah, and see in a while moment, that's a good one. But first things first, we have fragments. You heard a story. The ice by the gate's edge. There's a whisper about a hunting quest and a final revenge. Behind the ice. Yes, this is what the rumors meant. A hunter frozen in the ice. Hands contorted to claws. Mouth agape. With her left hand, she had plucked her own eye from the socket. It lies very close to the surface of the ice. If the stories are true, there's a dark virtue in that eye. Take it then. But perhaps you should put it in a jar. You've lost 77 fragments? You now have 1 hunter's eye. Eat the flesh of the deep lurkers and your eyes will change. Specifically with Pelican. Note why this winds up being very productive. This says Irigo. The other says Pelican. It's, almost like we have a certain, gosh, trying to where's the pages? Ah, here they are. Have certain pages for collecting things respective to the Neathbow, such as these items. You'll note also that the skull is considered a mascot. You could keep it as a mascot, I guess. I'm not sure why you would. 4 veil, plus 4 veils, minus 2 mirrors. And extremely disturbing. Alright, we're not looking to the stars. That's a good way to drive ourselves mad. Alright, that was Avid Horizon. There was a Citadels of Lights over here, though. We shall go to it, because we're in the vicinity. Citadel of Lights is kind of one of those set-ish things in that its place will generally always vary, but it's always close to the Avid Horizon. For a reason. Speaking of which, I'm just heading the long way because this black box will irk me if I don't get it now. That type of person. Okay. Back up, because we don't want to go the full mile up. That would be bad. Do not head the full mile up. Unless you're prepared to do so. You're as never prepared as you think you are. Speaking of things you're never prepared for, hello, Citadel of the Lights. Chapel of Lights, rather. Sorry. I was giving it too much credit. It's the Chapel Lights, not the Citadel of Lights. It has a chapel. And a big ol' well right there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Chapel of Lights. Do you hear music? Furtive faithful that gather in the shadows between the many, many candles. A bell tolls in the chapel tower. Cracked iron laughter. Beware. This isle is full of voices. You can eat of the chapel's bounty. Smiling priest unlocks the door of the storehouse for you. Here, he says, eat, but take nothing away with you. We don't want to do this. Give a nightmare to the well. The well drinks color. The smiling priest whispers, the well drinks dreams, and the well is always thirsty. I'm describing these at the moment because it's unlikely I'll ever do them, particularly on this run, because this is a good way of nosediving your run on purpose. This will reduce your nightmare strength, but also scar you permanently and increase your wounds by 1. 3 wounds will kill you. Need nightmares? You need menaces, unaccountably peckish. Yeah, you'll have to get in trouble to get unaccountably peckish. Gather intelligence. What occurs here between the darkness and the light? A smiling priest in a red cassock tends the chapel. The congregation are shy of light. They come and go in little ships, and it's strangely difficult to count them. Perhaps some of them are imaginary. Still, you note the name of a ship or two. Moon candles glow. The congregation gathers. This is a place with a lot of disturbing connotations behind it. You can attend a chapel. Bell tolls. The few and ragged faithful gather. Bring your offerings. We're not doing that because we are not sacrificing 5 supplies out of 8. Because... Your sigil-ridden navigator races towards the chapel. This is the place. Hark, the bell. Yeah, this is the place he was talking about his lost memories from last session. Might as well appease him for the moment. You give chase. Within, the air is heavy and hushed. A consultation in the chapel. You enter to see your navigator shaking a smiling priest by the collar. It led me here. Tell me what it means. Look at it. Look at it. The priest disentangles himself as politely as possible. I'm sure we can find a path to put you on, my friend. He examines the sigil with the professional air of a collector, but we will need your help in return. There's two things here. Pay a price. Our stores are running low. If we cannot feed our congregation, our mission must end. Can you provide? The fresher, the better. Your navigator has nothing. He pleads for your health. For this, you need a 2 live specimen. We don't have 2 live specimens. We don't have any live specimens, I don't think. Or, pay another price. The priest slips his arm around your shoulders. For you, a lesser payment, he whispers. Post no guards on your ship tonight. Ask no questions, and in the morning, perhaps you'd like to join us for breakfast. A red and white smile. You'll note, this requires having unaccountably peckish 1 and at least 2 crew. Yeah, post no guards on your ship, ask no questions and fees. Yeah, I think you can make the connection of what unaccountably peckish is and what might happen to your crew. Yeah, it's cannibalism. I'll just say it right out now, right there. It's cannibalism. Unaccountably peckish is a peckish need for the human flesh. And oh gods, it's that thing. We're going this way. We're going this way. Oh, that's say hello to the Mount Nomad. Do not fuck with Mount Nomad. Also, that's a life bird. Don't fuck with those right now either, but I urge a lot just to show the name of that thing. Oh, Godson, it's about to show it. No. Don't cast your magic on me. Don't cast your wretched magic on me, you damn mountain. It has 1,000 health. It deals a lot of damage. It is a terrifying thing. It is a unique enemy that is always treading around the Chapel of Lights. Once again, I'm running. You do not tackle that thing when you're in your dinky little starter boat with your dinky little starter gun. That's for sure. Unless you want a one-way trip to the bottom of the sea, then, well, by all means. It'll take you to the bottom of the sea, without a doubt. Alright, gonna stop by here, get a little bit more supplies, and then we're just gonna make a straight break for Vanderbite, I believe. Or up here, up here first. We'll go up there first, assuming there's nothing too horrifying standing in our way. Yeah, this is the closest I've had Frostfound to, like, the Khanate. This is really close for the two to be. We'll take some tea, reduce our terror for being up north, fuel, and supplies. I want to go. We will stop by Mount Palmerston, not to get rid of our deal, because I kind of want to make sure I have that for something, but for cheap fuel. We're doing it for the fuel. Then we will continue off to that corner. That's our plan. Then we'll go back down to Vanderbite. We're gonna get a lot of stuff from Vanderbite because I've been kind of bonking around things that'll help me get progress in that one. And you'll see why that one is a really, really good deal to at least tackle some of those deals early on. And it's in the name of money. The name of money, to minimize my chances of being mauled horribly by, well, everything. Because at my current state, it's everything. Oh, there we go. There's the Palmerston music. You'll note that some areas are very quiet, and up around here being that quiet, I think is on purpose. Because, yeah. Ooh, that thing. Twisted Officer, you are 100% correct there. You do not pursue Mr. Eaton. Do not talk to strange wells. Do not. Just do not. North is bad. Oh god, there's one of those there. Okay. Thread the needle. Yep. You do not. You, Twisted Officer, definitely know. Yes, it is. And hello, Twisted Officer. Welcome in. You seem to be a bit knowledgeable as in terms of these regards. Have you? I presume you've played either some of the Sunless deals or Fallen London or the like. Yes. Hello. If so, it's your day transpired. It has been going well. My day's been pretty well. Had a bit of a storm, which first time a deal. You have engaged with Fallen and Sunless? Cool. I don't. When you're not looking around for it, I've not seen a lot of people who have played in the things, but so it's always cool to find other people who have played through the things. I've played through both the Sunless games and have been playing Fallen London for I think a few entering into like a few years now. So yeah, I kind of know a bit what's going on, and that's kind of why I wanted to stream this, because it's such a unique deal and such a unique premise that it's pretty that I just kind of wanted to stream it, and if other people get exposed to it, all the better. Yeah, it's definitely a very tightly knit game, and that and like I was saying, it's like that's kind of part of the reason I want to stream, because it's like more people that maybe even if it's like connect to one person that sparks their interest into the lore and setting of these things, well, all the better, because it's a really cool deal. A falling stone. Now and then, rocky fragments fall from the roof underneath. The decks of older ships are pocked with scars. Sound is one no landlubber knows, and no sailor will ever forget. This one has smashed the glass of a deck binnacle. Ill omen, one sailor cries. The god in the roof. Storm is angry. Do nothing. Storm, one of the three nameless gods of the sea. An absurd superstition. Or make a sacrifice to avert misfortune. In this story, Storm is the noisiest, angriest, and least reasonable of the sea gods. Better not take chances. We're not taking chances. A simple rite. Your sailors know the words. You mumble them. A gift of wine and fish is suitable, marked with the captain's blood. Ow. Bound with the copper wire and cast overboard from the bow. The package bobs for a moment, and then is sucked beneath the ship. You know something of the three gods of the sea. You now have gods of the sea, Storm's attention, lost one supply, lost one terror, and avoided something worse. It's had the CDA effect. May, and many enter, very few stay. Yeah, true. It's like Fallen. It's definitely the case with Fallen London and all the Sunless games. It's like it definitely has a very slow pace to the beginning, but it's like if you stick around long enough to just start delving into the secrets of it, it's like if that sort of lore and the like catches you, oh, it catches you, and oh god, that's a lifeberg. It's a lifeberg in a blizzard. Wherever you stay. Although those Oh, cool, rare codex. Those who it do catch, though, when it enters, oh, it's got very good potential of just catching and then just sticking in. I'm very much looking forward to Mask of the Rose. I backed the Kickstarter and everything with that. I'm looking forward to more early London lore. Yeah, Lifebergs are good when you can kill them effectively. I am still in dinky little starter ship with starter engines. A Lifeberg's gonna tear me to goddamn shreds at the moment. But once I can hunt them, they are great. The Gavotte, when you can hunt them. Codex, an Isle of Answers. The Isle of Codex. Codex, a desperate cave full of mute exiles and an inexplicable colony of shivering, bad-tempered monkeys. Another thing to always worry your soul about: monkeys. Do not treat us with monkeys. One thing we can do here at the moment is compile a port report. No one will speak. This is a challenge. Silently forthright. Exiles see many come, fewer leave. Some are even willing to communicate, but their gestures are unfamiliar, the meanings unclear. Even when you can understand, these are answers without questions, as useless as a key without a lock. And exiles do not speak, and the monkeys merely chatter grumpily. Still, there's information to be gleaned here. We have our port report. I'll continue going off this way. One of the things I'm looking forward to in what they have, have a good one. Cheers. Yep. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the follow, Twisted Officer. I very much appreciate, and always fun to run into a fellow fan of this series. Hope things in your day go well for you as well. For all matter shall be well. Just not the well. Do not do anything with the well. Wither. A chilly city beside a waste of salt. Behind the great arch over the bay, the pale wastes stretch, white and silent as the face of the moon. From here, you might almost imagine they were snow. North of the city, the salt pools fizz with unlikely color. We have our normal town options. Shore leave is something to try to reduce your terror. It's a bit pricey and requires a challenge. Things could happen if you didn't have high veils. Here's our port report. Gather intelligence. The citizens of Wither enjoy questions. So much so that they always answer a question with another question. This can make intelligence gathering frustrating. Yeah, that's Wither for you. Questions upon questions. And did you know there'd be questions? And how do you think there will be more questions? And yeah. Are you asking for any particular reason? At what time of day? Is that your hat? Might it be 6? It could be 6. Eventually you cobble together enough implication and supposition to compose a report. You now have one of this, a port report Wither. Why are there so many questions in Wither? You know that's also a question. Explore the town. Wither is a quiet, chilly town of grey stone and closed courtyards. The people are neither exactly unfriendly nor exactly hospitable. They have the irritating habit of answering a question with a question. Here and there are odd sights tucked away. We might as well. What event will we get? Ah, Riddle Contest. We do not have high pages. A contest of riddles. Fisherfolk, sailors, a shady couple of likely pirates, and is that a drowning by the water's edge? They sit around a fire at the sea's edge, passing around a bottle of something viscously black. They're wagering on riddles. will you join them? You can walk away. Riddles are for children. And then it's like, then you have your various challenges, and they are various pages challenge because, well, of course, esoteric and occasionally practical knowledge is going to be involved in riddles. Like, you'll also notice that within each increasing challenge, the bet that you're making goes up. But if you make the challenge, the better the reward you have, you could potentially get. This one gives you 4,000 echoes. If you make it, you A, don't lose 2,000 echoes, B, actually do get one hell of a reward for it, but, yeah, 10% for 1,000 echoes. Not something I'm gonna tempt fate on here. If you're the kind of person who don't mind and happen to get this event, you could save scum the hell out of it, and make some really early cash, but I'm not doing that, because that'd be beside the point of this run. We're just gonna bet a solitary echo. Bet an echo on one of the simpler riddles. One of the fishermen is bursting to try it. We still only have a 41% chance on the simple one echo deal. We're probably not gonna get it. Fail. Bursting to a whale's eye? Fisherman chuckles and pounds the ground with a fist. City folk, he crows. City folk. Pay up. I lost an echo, gained 5 fragments. Yeah, that's about expected. Oh, there's one other place here. Northwest of Wither Town, the House of the Question stands alone. Here, the initiates of the house make offerings to the 3 gods of the deep sea, and perhaps a 4th who is not a god. It's the one place in Wither where you can sometimes get a straight answer. For a price. Getting the attention of a god is useful, chiefly for lifting curses. So, if you have a curse from a god, this is the place to go before it impacts you. We don't have any curses. When we're playing, it's safe in this regard. Also, that's a question for 1,000 echoes. We're not going to do this because we need the echoes, but ask about the drowned man. Initiates of the house are reluctant to speak of him, but you may be able to bribe them enough to earn a few tenuous snippets. You could also, in possibly the worst action you could ever do, other than unaccountably peckish related stuff, defy the gods, spit on the floor, curse the priests, overturn an altar. This will increase your iron and hearts by 5 each, up to 110, and set your terror to 0, but you will never be able to remove any god's curse, or benefit in certain other ways. AKA, yeah. Say hello to tempting all the fates. We are not tempting all the fate. The other interesting thing about Wither is that its supplies, there's mutter salt, that's kind of important for some deals, but its supplies are purchased and sold for stories. Like, if you want to buy fuel, you're not paying echoes, you're paying in Z stories. If you sell things here, you're like selling ivory for 3 tales of terror. Or buying or selling supplies for tales of terror. It's unique in that respect. Might be worth it, might not. I've never really used it. It's so close to London anyways that if you have at least some reasonable amount of echo, sure. You might have to resort to it if you're just that desperate, but I try to plan out my routes to have enough of both. And generally, that's what you want to try to do. Try to balance out your risks with the supplies you can get and what's en route for potential, well, getting said supplies. And oh god, there's another Lifeberg. Yes, this is Lifeberg territory. Hi to all the Lifebergs. They chew me alive right now. No, we do not want to be chewed to death right now. Well, they're not gonna chew you. They're just gonna ram you until you sink. Which is still not great. For obvious reasons. Boats work better when they're intact. Oh, that's bats. That's bats. That's bats. That's bats. Wheel around. Hi, bats. Ah, I missed. You know, the bats dealt 5 damage. That's quite a lot for a dinky little 75 hole, and this is why I need a better boat quickly. Get free supplies for terror. That is acceptable. Now it's a vendor bite. Because we have some things to turn in for a certain bandaged folk. And do that we shall. We're doing pretty good on fuel and supplies. That's courtesy of Mount Palmerston on the fuel, especially. Alright, we are back in the tomb colonies. You'll know we have a restaurant recommendation now that we got from the fungal place. We could visit here. Visit a certain little restaurant. Fine cuisine in Vanderbite? Now that would be something. A corkscrewed street at the twisty tip of an old little side street. Welcoming yellow light glows from the gilt-lettered windows of a restaurant. A sign reads, Vengeance of Jonah. A beefy tomb colonist bustles up. A grey mustache pokes impertinently out from under his bandages. Come in, come in. A bandaged poisoneer and the vendor bites seeks passage with the Z captain sympathetic to interpreted cuisine. You found the Vengeance of Jonah. You've lost a terror. The Vengeance of Jonah. It's a cramped little place, but much better lit than most places in the tomb colonies. The scents of the dishes are multitudinous and extraordinary. Are they good? They might be. They might be good. It's difficult to tell. We have a few options. Sample today's special. The food here is exceptional. You need not fear poisoning or boredom. Definitely not boredom. This is usually a more effective way of reducing terror than purchasing a dusty glass of wine, and will also reduce hunger. So, you'll know this is another terror-reducing thing. 60 echoes. More efficient than the dusty glass of wine. Can reduce hunger if you have it. Also, if you have them, which we don't. Offer a strange catch. The Vengeance of Jonah is liberal in its approach to edibility. They will pay a small fee and return some of the material to you as supplies. Again, a matter of luck. That's a 60% chance. That's a 50% chance. You could also recruit the bandaged poisoneer. The bandaged poisoneer has long wished to travel, but you'll need to outfit the galley to his exacting standards. This means you can recruit him as a cook. It costs 300 echoes to recruit him. He's one of the more expensive officers, which is why I'm not doing anything at the moment, because I need all the money I could possibly get. But that's just gonna be there. And that is fine. Let's see here. Let's go pick up another port report. Guys, port reports are always handy. Let's explore Vanderbite. We might as well. Here, they favor candlelight over gaslight. The shadows are swagged like cobwebs. The tomb colonist stands still enough to be mistaken for a sculpture until the Afrikov. One building in 3 seems abandoned. A serpent image. Here, a sailor shouts. There's something nestled in the mossy crook of a gray-leafed tree, a wooden serpent, lacquered with black, red, and yellow. Its eyes are garnet flakes. That'd fetch a good price at the bazaar, the sailor observes. But it has a cursy look, points out another. Ah. I could have done with having him. I I do not have him. Unfortunate. We can leave it. Perhaps it's cursed. Perhaps it's not. But your crew gets superstitious at the drop of a bat. Probably a literal bat in this case, not like a baseball bat. Take it anyway. Perhaps you can think of some way to allay their fears. 69% pages challenge there. Take it, but reward the sailor. Half share. Fair's fair. If you hadn't seen it, you'd have missed it entirely. Or, if we had the Genial Magician, which you don't, the Genial Magician has a use for it. And he does. Unfortunately. For now, we're gonna leave it. Because, yeah, superstitious. Approving murmurs. Let it rot, you cry. Heathen thing. The crew raise a muted cheer, although the sailor who found it looks disappointed. If we had the Genial Magician, that would have been amazing to find that now. We don't. So, alas. Anyways, visit the first curator. We have some things for him. Give it your hunter's eye. This is the one attached to Pelican, because Pelican is the color of the deep Z, and hunters of the Z tend to have that gather in their eyes. I saw it once. I saw it long ago, when first I came here below. The driest of chuckles. My left eye is blind. Should I replace it with this one? It will be no blinder. But perhaps I will see within. Raises a hand with the hunter's eye towards its concealed face. No sound is indescribable, but some should be. This is one. Let us not trouble ourselves with its nuances, its reminders of marsh and gangrene and chrysalid emergence. Take it, it says. Its voice is ragged, gestures at a side table, where a spoiler tusk sits. A pearl tiara is perched jauntily atop the tusk. Both, apparently, are yours. You no longer have any page on the netherleaf, Pelican. We have lost our hunter's eye. We now have a captivating treasure. You'll look away, eventually. Which is the moneymaker right here. We also have one hunting trophy. Your prey is vanquished, but this remains. You can get them from, obviously, hunting certain things. We also get it from this. Conveniently enough, we also need this for, yeah, the other deal that we're working with the outcast and whatnot. Give it your mere catch box full of very angry dream snakes. This is for Virik. Oh, my. They are cross. A tune-dry chuckle. They won't stay imprisoned long, but longer than I will. It becomes motionless for so long that you wonder if it is finally truly dead. At last it expels a rattling breath and points wordlessly at a cloisonne mask on a trophy stand, half visible in the gloom. Elder continent, it wheezes, made within sight of the mountain. Wear it, and think of me. You have lost your page from Netherbow, Virik. You have gained another captivating treasure. And we've lost our mere catch box full of very angry dream snakes. Basically, it's like, you can turn that in here for captivating treasure. Or, if you remember, we could also have sold it at Khan's Shadow for, like, 500 echoes. Captivating treasures are worth double that, so this is a good use for this. And now we have one more. Give it your eyeless skull for Irgo. Yes, I want to forget. A waiting pedestal. At its direction, you place the skull atop a dripstone pedestal. A stalagmite once, now carved with crockets and grimacing faces. Irgo sparks crawl across it. For a moment, you forget what you were doing. That's what Irgo does. Irgo, the color of forgetting. Forgetfulness. Thank you, the curator whispers. Perhaps you have saved me from the sanatorium. and perhaps the emergence will be less painful. Its chest pulses feebly. You accept a single huge black pearl. The curator's fancies grow worse, but it pays well. We have lost our eyeless skull. We've lost our Irigo page because we've completed that objective, but we've gained a third captivating treasure. And that is the ones we have for now. There's some more we still need to keep an eye out for. We will work for them, but for now, out of the gloom, we have our things, we have what we wanted to do here, so off we go. Back to London. Nice, comfortable, safe, relatively London. It's, stuff can still happen there, but you're better off at least. Is that a hostile boat? Hello, good sir. Are you a pirate? Or are you friendly? We accidentally knocked ourselves against the ledge. Ah, it is a pirate. Pirate Steam Pinnacle. It is the lowest run of pirates. But we can handle this. Crew of 4. It is an esteemed pinnacle. It is in as stinky, if not more so, boat as we are in. You've destroyed a pirate steam pinnacle. The ship is yours. What will you do with her? Loot and scuttle her. She's a vile old vessel, and these seas aren't safe. Take on what you can and move on. Lean pickings. These pinnacles don't sail far from their hidden harbors, but there's something at the back of the hold. A stout crate. Crates. The source of substance, the fundamental element of cargo. It's, a crate of fuel. Coke. Like coal, but more so. As the Department of Infernal Rarefactions would have it. Gain 2 fuel. That's very worth killing that small guy for. Just free cup of fuel. Anyways, let's speed up and continue our journey to London. We might run into some more things, but the home waters tend to be pretty safe. Relatively. Don't just let things go wild and crazy and keep whacking you. But, yeah. Have our bell toll, which means we will get our typical arrival in London rewards, and that is good. Here we be past Hunter's Keep. I think we already got the report from there. Yeah, we had to have. And we won our London report. Even going as slow as we are, Hunter's Keep to London is still not far enough away time-wise for your thing to reset, which is a way of clearing it if you're trying to smuggle things into London. We are not smuggling in anything at the current moment, so we don't have to worry about that. We can reap the benefits because we have nothing to hide. That shall stay the case for the time being. Returning to London. Let's collect our messages. Free evening. Someone wants to sign on. Roast market hasn't changed because we've done nothing there. Where are the things that they rose again? Extraordinary inflation and unread logs. Right, those two. Let's go to London. Sure thing. Where is it? Let's see who's here for the recruits. Hello, you. We could have done with you a few minutes ago, good sir. Engage an officer, the genial magician. Hey, look who we could have used a little ago, and who I'm never gonna run into that random event for again. Yeah, well. Good afternoon, citizen. Perhaps I can do your engine some good. No, I'm quite the engineer. Difficult to credit, isn't it? But here are my references. Genial magician increases veils and mirrors. 50 echoes to hire him on. He's worth having. Again, he has a quest and story stuff associated with him. Saw a glimpse of it up there on that random event. Welcome aboard. I'll get to work below. Perhaps I should change out of this jacket first, of course. You know, Browser of the screen. No more recruits. And yeah, officers, you'll note the genial magician gives +6 fails, +3 to mirrors, -1 to hearts. So, less veils than the tireless mechanic, an increase in mirrors, however, but a decrease in hearts. It doesn't have the fuel efficiency. If we speak to him, and here's, okay, he's a veils increase person, fair enough. Spell the darkness, I think that's a way to reduce terror, yeah. Speak to the magician. He's a good engineer, despite that missing hand, but sailors fall silent when he passes. Could either ask bluntly about his hook, to fish supper and a half a carafe of adequate moral ways, or you can ask how a magician came to be an engineer, after a meal of salt pork and a glass of good Greyfields. Different food, different wine. Each just costs 1 supplies. Not this one. A drained glass. He gestures carefully with his hook. This. It makes card tricks difficult, but we know about mechanisms, we magicians. My specialty was mirrors, but there are principles in common. It was a good start, and I found that I needed to go to sea. Why? Because, citizen, someone owes me a hand. Once a friend, now an enemy. I'm looking for a weapon to use against them. If once we find it, I may have a favor to ask you. Find a serpent image to continue the genial magician's story. They can often be found in Ireme and rarely in Venderbite and other places. AKA that event that we literally just got moments ago. Go figure. A little bit of math. So, now we can keep an eye out for that. This time. Yeah. It's fine, it's fine. We have a free evening. Might as well cruise a bit. And reduce our terror by some. One of this, recent news, a marvelous night out, and something more. And we can just be with the likely lass again, to lose even more terror. And that is good. Put your dock in dry dock. We're only -10. We're good on that accord. Let's see here. Speckle, port reports. Yeah. Hunter's Keep. We've read out. Mount Palmerston. The Brimstone Convention. They trouble me, Captain. On our list, 40 Echoes, another favor. Been recorded, and fuel. 40 Echoes is pretty decent. I mean, considering Venderbite gives like 10. Whither? I refuse to ask any questions. I don't want to give them the satisfaction. 20 Echoes, 1 fuel. Chapel of Lights. There's something about the undersea that breeds heresy and dissent. I rather think we might need to send the Bishop of Southwark out for a good bit of Christian shouting. Fort submitted. 20 Echoes, a favor, fuel. The Bishop of Southwark, by the way, he doesn't come up in here, but he is, he's a character, alright, in Fallen London. He's a character. Avid Horizon. Hope you intend to tell me that everything is quiet there. Yes it is. You'll note something popped up there. A visit from Mr. Sachs, midnight. We are not clicking on that yet. That is better when you have a faster ship. A much faster ship. Frostbound. Is it as beautiful as they say? I doubt it. Poets are notorious liars. But liars make bad poets. A paradox, isn't it? Never mind. You report? 30 Echoes, fuel, a favor. Codex, exiled for giving answers. That's Wither for you. Anything new? 20 Echoes, fuel, and another favor. Favors, of course, you get from just being the first time you file in something. Let's see your lodgings. Visit the summons. Could rest in your room of terror. We only have 3 terror. And we have recent news, so we can't look at the newspaper. I forgot forgot the proper order I wanted to do there. You still want... Yeah, 2 more Skintalak. I can provide that. We're going to the principals next. I have things for the principals. Specifically, that and that. Found something valuable indeed. Now, but first things first, our rewards, those captivating treasures, you'll note, they're sitting right there. It's like, you can convert them into heirlooms if you have an ironclad wheel. We don't have that at the moment. However, what we can do is go to the Alarming Scholar. Captivating treasure, shiny, and you polished it before you brought it in, so it's even shinier today. If you trade it in, glinting eyes. Oh my, teeth bared in a hungry grin. There's something odd about those teeth, as if there were too many of them. This will make quite a dent in my acquisitions budget, but worth it, I think. Yes, worth it. 1,000 echoes. That's why that's a profitable thing. A full, solid 1,000 echoes. We are trading in all of these for that. Because this is a huge boon for us. Go from there, and then there. Puts us at 5,189 echoes after all that. And that, you'll know, for our ship price deals, that is at 3,000. That is at 7,000. This puts us square in the middle. So for now, for all intents and purposes, square in the middle is good, because it means we're not draining all our money when we go and purchase this little guy. The Forked class Corvette. Small, swift, and formidable, like a very angry vole. You'll note, here's one of the huge things, it's like, hold capacity is the same. That's why we want this eventually as an upgrade. There's trade-in prices, so this will help contribute towards that, if not a little bit fully. The important thing, though, is that it can hold a little bit more people. That's not the big deal. It's got a 5 iron bonus, which is a nice little bonus to damage, and 125 extra hull. It increases your hull by more than double. It also has not only a deck slot, but also a forward slot to your gun, which means you can have an additional gun facing forward, along with all the other deals. This one only has the deck gun, not the forward gun, but it has an aft. The reason we'll want this eventually is because 120 hull capacity. But for now, we're gonna spend our little deal on the Forked class. This will help our survivability by a fair bit. Our ship is the Byzantium. Looks like our new one is going to be the Hesperidian. So it shall be. The Hesperidian, our Forked class Corvette. We are now more durable. Now to upgrade to this, our trade-in price is only 2,000, so we'll need 6,000 echoes now. That's fine. Like, means we'll have to spend a little bit more compared to just saving up for this, but the knock-on survivability is gonna help us substantially. And I definitely mean substantially. So I have 7 out of 12 crew, so we don't need to get ourselves more crew either yet, because we're still over halfway. 17 fuel is more than plenty. What is the cost of some of these guns? No, we wouldn't want one of those, we'd want one of these. That's an aft weapon, that's a forward weapon, that's a deck weapon. You'll note, yeah, these two deals, these are like the highest Not that one. That's a torpedo. I don't really use the torpedoes. But yeah, 900 apiece for each of them, and these are effectively, like, as good as you're going to buy. That's Carnices archery. You can't sell your We Are Clay here. We aren't going to. Where does that go? Ah, that goes in the aft slot. Okay, keep that in mind. This one's... This is a nice investment when you have the slot, just because, yeah, then you can push your engines, and you'll never blow up. So, yeah. Not blowing up is good. We don't have... Ooh, pardon me. We don't need to deal with that. We kind of want to keep our money on hand at the moment. We're still going to be being sneaky, beaky around things anyways. So here we have 8 supplies, which translates to 16 of that. We should be relatively fine there. Our hold is a bit full, but we'll be using up a lot of these supplies and such on our way there. And now we have a new ship. It's still small, but it's at least beefier. You're not as likely to be just crushed by a small little thing. Oh, an unexpected letter. Who sent it, and what does it say? Your sweetheart. Return to London as soon as you may, your sweetheart says. You are a father. Ah, choose this option if you sired the kid. Your sweetheart, a surprise to you on her next return to London. I have taken in a foundling. Choose this option if you're unlikely to be either a mother or a father. Or... You! When I next return to London, I will bring an additional recruit, your child. Option if you're giving birth to a child. So, either way, we're getting a child. A sire. It's like, yeah. I have taken in a foundling. It's an option if you're unlikely to be either a father or a mother. What are they thinking? Is this some scheme of theirs, or honest affection? You have a child. Return to London to look after them, and they may become a scion, allowing you to take 2 legacies. This is a reason to have such a deal. If you born, sired, or adopted, they're yours. May become a scion, so you can work your way on to becoming your sire effectively, and that gives you more options on if something horrific happens to your current captain. We could turn immediately back. We're not going to. We have Skintellect to grab. We can't just be expected to stop everything that we're doing. We're in the search for profits. What route do I want to take here? Probably straight. Hit up Godfall for its port report. Go down to Polythrene, then to Port Seal. Yeah. That's the route we want to take. Salt lines are an option too. I don't think we have the hold space for it. Yeah, no, that's gonna be 20 hold space. We'll be cutting that one close. We'll see how we're doing on the way back. Right. If current treks continue to consider, there might be a crab around here. A giant crab. A bell. Ah! Yes, hello. Ah, yes, you who I was just mentioning. We're ducking up here into the fog bank. Western Angler Crab, 150 health. Technically, we're in a better position to survive such a fight with the thing. but our damage output hasn't really gone up. Oh god, there's a shark there. Stuck between a bound shark and a giant crab. Not the most ideal place to be. No, that shark is on us. See? Maybe if I skirt the whirlpool, the shark can get stuck in it. Notice, bound shark, 140 health. Will also try to ram you into bits. I got it stuck in a maelstrom. It's not going to stay stuck in there for long, but it slowed it enough for us to press onwards. Goodbye, crab. I mean, goodbye, shark. We already said goodbye to the crab. Goodbye, shark. Enjoy your new home in the maelstrom. Bye. And we're all clear. One of those tricks I picked up from having played this game before. It's like, you can get stuck in maelstroms, but other things can get stuck in them too. Matter of not getting yourself stuck, but them stuck enough. Which is what we did. That time. We can compile the port report while we're here. Could accept a volunteer. We don't need more crew, though. So we'll just have more tea, lose some terror, gain some more supplies. Have our port report from here for some extra stuff, and off we go. Tides of appetites. We're gonna want to stop by Godfall. There might be the poet pirate around there. That is a possibility. And if so, we will take her on again, because money and story. At least the track record seems to be that Alcreus class, one of its locations, seemed to keep on hovering around that port in Godfall. Which kind of works out. Not so out of the way. Another place I generally have seen it tends to be somewhere around the salt lines. Ah, yes, hello there. Right on time. Oh, pirate poet. You know, this has more health than the Z creatures that I was skirting around, but there's Z creature I can't go around in weird-ass circles like this and try to cheese them. Ow. One hit, we suffered 4 damage. Come back here, you! You in the light. But not in front of me like you're about to do. Trying to stay in its blind spot. As you can see, it's not an easy game. They kind of do try to counter it themselves, but it's a matter of practice. Not do it if you're not confident in the matter. Bonk. Investigate the wreckage once more. And we will send another lifeboat for the pirate poet. Thought well, and has earned that respect. This time, dinner with the enemy. With business dealt with, the pirate poet joins you and a few select members of the senior crew for a late supper. She treats the assembled audience to baptismum of glass about her first days at sea after years of servitude. By demand, she follows it with the shorter works and reforged a cry for broken chains. In Polythreme, we are given our words. We are not allowed to hope they will be kind. In London, I learned to write my own, and in that moment, I was free. One day, others of my homeland will read them, and they too will learn. One day, my king's dreams must end. Dinner follows, hot wine, and cold spiced meats. Sailors openly place bets on whether she actually eats. The pirate poet ignores them. Her stoic facade doesn't even quiver. until dessert is served. At that, just for a moment, even she cannot hide a slight smile. "Sorbet, Captain?" she asked, eyelids raised. "Don't make me tell folk you're even softer than they say." So, no money this time, but a continuing of our story. Currents. Your encounters with the pirate is now you have dined with the pirate poet. And dined we have. It's like, technically, I could have gone paid if I had, like, sent the officer to do it, but honestly, it's fun to just kind of push her story along, too, because, well, that's part of the journey of this game. The stories. The people you meet. Even when they're pirate rivals on the sea. The pirate poet is a very interesting character. It's like, as it... Oops, I need to go up to Godfall. That's what I was doing before I got distracted. Yeah, as you can see, she's a clay woman from Poly 3, but she kind of broke away into her own freedom. Like you said, she learned to write her own words, and that set her free. And well, she ended up being the pirate poet. Fall. Flying of blood, we do not want to get rid of that. We just want the port report. And to be on our merry way. Wait a second. They're back! They're back. A dinosaur story. Wow, she got another boat really quickly. It's like, then sometimes random mods will go like this for you, and it's like, oh, huh. Well, we have this again. What do you know? More damage. Ow. Ma'am, I need to get behind your boat. I want to constantly straddle it, you can still get me there. Yes, shoot your flares, that's fine. Flares don't damage me. The flares do help build up their firing meter. But, the other KS-class Corvette kind of likes doing their flares almost a bit too much. But I'm fine with that. As that means less time they're just directly shooting my boat to shreds. Keep it in, keep it in. Yeah. Investigate the wreckage. A measure of professional assistance. You could just fish her out again, but she said it herself the last time you crossed paths. She'd hate to have to spread the word that you've gone soft. Technically a rescue? A lifeboat? Oh dear, no. Whatever would people say? The pirate poet glares up at you as the lifebuoy hits the water, but she grabs it regardless. Your message is received, and her look makes it quite clear that for this, there will be a reckoning. The half-glimpsed smirk as she turns away, though, suggests that it is a challenge she is already looking forward to. And thus we kind of cement our rivalry right there. Like, heavens forbid she spreads the word that we're going soft. Oop, all clear. Let's not forget that. So go to Polythrin to pick up some more claymen. Just slightly risky, but we all should be well. It's a low chance that I'm sure will happen exactly to me. We're at 22 cargo right now. Okay, we have plenty. We have plenty. Oh boy. For loan. Commingle. Polythreme is one of those very different places. Same, home to the Clayman. And also living, sentient, closed colonies. And really just everything's alive there. Entire place has a sentience to it. Which brings its concerns. Generally, people don't like the walls screaming at them, to put it mildly. Alright, grab a port report. We'll grab some more Claymen. And we do not have that. That is fine. We port in a bit, but for now, Port Seal. We shall head off to the port. And worry about eels, because eels like this area. Bound sharks too, I believe, but definitely running into a lot of eels in the Principles of Coral. Because the false stars above. Oh. Speaking of eels. Hello, Albino More. I'm going this way. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Yep. Yep. You saw nothing, oh, More. Nothing at all. Squeeze down here. Round Rocks Reef. Fog bank over there. It's fine, we're not heading towards that. Yeah, should be around the wreck of the Emperor Wolfgang. And we'll just duck this way. Yeah, perfect. Should be right through here. Assuming nothing hostile is laying right through here. I think there is. But you never know. There we go. Back to the principles. Back to, our little thing. Back to also tempt the terror fates on more Skintalak. Let's be real here. Go to the extra move, that's fine. We're not doing that quite yet. Port report there. And we shall tempt the fates once again on Gather Skintalak. We failed, which is fine. One Skintalak, one terror. All's good. Funnily enough, where you really tempt the terror gods is if you succeed on it. Extra move. We have some things to give to them. Like, give the principals a hunting trophy. We don't necessarily need this for my disillusion. The others are tools. This is an ornament. But ivory and chess is asked, aren't we? My emissary has your payment. A little of me. There I shine. And a secret. The spiders of Savior's Rocks, crush them, made arrangements with my cousin. Bargains to blind a monster. Remember that. There are many alliances. And also hints at, like, one of my least favorite places. The Savior's Rocks. Yes, there are spiders there. Too many spiders. For a person with a phobia of spiders, it'd be the last place I'd ever want to be. 7 Skintalak. How's our hold holding up? Okay, we should be good. We should be good on the hold. Definitely not hitting up salt lions after this, because we're getting even more. Give the principles an ambiguous illith. The great chain of being is rigid, but the shapelings know its weak places. This is for This is for I have sent my emissary. He knows. This is one of his. Thank you. I will be much less, and I will sleep forever. Neil and my emissary will gift you Skintalak. The secret the bazaar brought us all us shapelings, exiles, the flukes, the misers, even my emissary. Why? Too deep a secret for me, my friend. Even here, too deep for me. Perhaps when you end me. You've lost one ambiguous sin? You gained a secret? Gained 7 more Skintalak. We have 20 now. We are in a good place here. And we have finished off a little flint. And that is all we have to give to them for now. But our hold is now just chock full of Skintalak, which is, very, very good. Very good indeed. What's not so good is our fuel count. I might be treading without my light for a bit. Godspeed, sailors. Godspeed. So, as for what we have... Ooh, actually, there is one reason I do, in fact, want to go to the salt lines. So, we will stop by there. Grab a port report. Amongst other things. Now, as far as our principal deals, that just leaves us with Heartshelled Silver, a Wakeful Idol, and a Fluke Core. It'll be a bit before we can finish this. If for nothing else but the Fluke Core. Crap, that's not the one I wanted to do. I did not want to... Oh god, we're gonna explode, aren't we? Okay, hold up. Let our engine go down. I was not trying to full power. That does not help our fuel situation. Beware your occasion. It shows though, full power, beware your engines will occasionally explode. No. I wanted L for toggle lights off and off. I was pressing F like I was to do a frickin' flashlight in an FPS game. No, F is not light in this. We have not a flashlight. F is for full power. It is also for, oh gods, why are you making your engines explode? Please have enough hull or you're going to be at the bottom of the sea, sort of F. Perfect. There's a reason I want to quickly stop by here. We can't pick anything up from here, but there's an event we can do since we have the attention. Salt lines. We don't have the room there. We can compile a port report, though, since we're in the vicinity. Most importantly, Salt's rights. The face of the Northern Sphinx is all but gone. Lost faces are sacred to Salt, they say. You are drawn there. To what end? Salt's voice is distant, but clear. Into the Z. Dive from the Sphinx face. Down. A clean arc into the Z's chilly darkness. Float there in the quiet until your lungs are bursting. Until light blooms behind your eyes. Rise, gasping, to the prickle of false stars. The shocked faces of your crew. You've brought something with you. You've gained 7 terror. Your Salt's attention is gone, but I now have an extraordinary implication. How can such a thing be? Who but you could understand what it means? And that's just a fun little thing. Now, the reason I wanted to do that event in specific is because, well, it has some very restrictive qualities to actually be denoted on that, and that is legit. You can't have any extraordinary implications already as is. You must have something that waits you at port, and you must have Salt's attention. So, It's a good way to use up your salt's attention when you don't have an extraordinary implication, as is. And just happen to be in the area, like in the case that I did. Would have done it the first time, but I needed salt's attention for our outcasts to do their thing. As they did do. Alright, Pigmodile. Might as well stop by you. Let us chug along. Oh. Hi again. Hey look. It's a tiny pirate. Boop. You poor soul. Then scuttle her. Pickings, what do we get this time? Oh! Okay. A crate of supplies, hardtack and water, and an unexpected box of nails. A would-be wit remarks that the nails look tastier than the hardtack until an officer's glare silences her. 5 supplies. Oh, perfect. You'll know, that's exactly our cargo limit at the moment. That is perfect. We need our light off. 5 supplies is a really, really good find for that specific deal. I'm happy about that. Hello, Pigmote Isle. Hello. You can pile the port, or you may as well, while you're here. Fuel for the Admiral's fireplace. Captain Whiskers, the Admiralty calls you, so you've heard. At least they paid and laugh at your reports. We can help them solve another dilemma. Runs over. Hairless advisor, you return to us. Praise the tide. We need your wisdom once again. We have 7 spirit, 3 might, 5 civilization with them so far. What could be their issue this time? It can never be the same issue, by the way. The rat's a dilemma on Pignote Isle. The rat's wine is in high demand, Hairless advisor. They twitches its whiskers. We do not wish to take the joy from life, but has caused many problems. Many injuries amongst our farmers. Our new militia recruits missing their training. Do we step in or turn a blind eye? Alright, we can recommend prohibition. A sober workforce is a harder working workforce, probably not a happier one. Or recommend turning a blind eye. Even rodents need something to take edge off of life. Where's that? What I do? It's a balance with these Pigmote Isle kind of choices because, like, each kind of has their perks and disadvantage that they kind of mark things up or down. So it's like a decision of what do you want to cost and what do you not want. I think in this case, I have a feeling that turning a blind eye, if I remember right, might reduce their might. And well, they already only have 3 might, so I might just I might recommend prohibition. Oh, we might have to toss some things overboard. That's fine. We need to toss one thing overboard. Of course. An unpopular decision. The last wine barrels delivered to the docks by annoyed soldiers. Thade breathes with relief. Hairless advisors, would you take this devil drink away? We'd be most certainly grateful. We gain 2 casks of mushroom wine. Lost 1 spirit, but gained 1 civilization. So, that's her trade-off there. Oh, what do I dump, though? I did just get, like, a bunch of supplies. You could throw a clayman away. That seems kind of, rude to do. We'll dump 1 supplies. Solve the dilemma, for better or worse. Gain 50 fragments. We've basically traded a spirit for civilization. I think the other one increases spirit by like 2 or so, but reduces might by 1, and that would put our might down at 3. I would put it down from 3 to 2. Our might is already pretty low there. I kind of want an event to raise their might up. And there's a reason I want their stuff up. There's a reason to encourage that. Yeah, Chili Flurry, you're probably going to cause some damage to me, but I'll do what I can before I back up into the island. Hey, there we go. Do. Scoop it up or let it disperse. Strange. Ah, goddammit, that costs steel too. I should have let my civilized stick down, clearly. This is something you have to be concerned about for the effective principle of too much in your hull. I should have waited because both my fuel and my hunger were about to take over, but I forgot that that was the one that gave a strange catch. Oh, that one requires a specimen, that's right. You require supplies, torpedo, and fuel. You, I actually don't think I can do anything with at the moment. And you is just that, eh? Okay. And you have other things online. One that I'm not capable of doing at the moment because, well, yeah. One shall ever be concerned. Let's stop by the lightship. It'll reduce our terror by a little bit, and dear God, so we need our terror reduced. We've been treading the line because we've had our light off. Lightship, use up our recent news, lose 5 terror, gain another Z story. The Z stories are nice too to have. They're very nice to have. And now, let us go back to safety. To home, to London, where there's something waiting for us. There's something waiting for us indeed. Yeah, remember we set off before this long journey? The whole, child thing. Yeah. We should account for that. Even if they're adopted, there's no reason to not do our best. Harbor Master, get our free evening and someone wanting to sign on. There's a child thing. That does first things first. Deliver our claim in. All 6 of them this time. One by one, they raise uncomplainingly. No trace of stiffness or discomfort from a long voyage resounds beneath their heavy tread. Assuming our manager waits on dock, tapping her foot. About time, she says. Here's your payment. Come along now, you. That's a good concert. Some easy echoes there. We do have a new recruit. Ooh. Hello there. Engage an officer. The Carnelian Exile. Citizen. I know the way. Let me show you. The citizen is a first officer who increases mirrors and pages. He increases mirrors a day. Welcome aboard. Here I am. A ship, I suppose. It's both always here and never there, because there becomes here. Welcome to Carnelian Exile. She is, as noted, a first officer. Soft-spoken and a little mystical. How much does she see? She goes in her first officer's log. The mirrors are the same. It's effectively trading out veils for pages. And as we already have a lot of veils and little pages, she's a good one to put in. And you'll note, if you want to dine with her, you need a Syrian Enigma. And supplies. She has the discomforting, even irritating habit of answering your questions just before you finish speaking. You can invite her to dine with you. There's multiple options. You can either ask her to remove her glasses or don't ask her. She also can increase mirrors. Tell her a few words of what you've learned, and she will do the same. Honestly, something I want to do. Raise up my mirrors. Thoughtful, focused advice. She says little, but each word is placed like a pin in a map. We have a lot of secrets, so we'll do a few of these. Get up our mirrors to a decent level. Because as noted, higher mirrors, the quicker you find a firing solution in battle. So thus, the better our mirrors, the quicker we can make our shots. I'm going to boost this up to a total of 50, which also happens to be the Frostbound minimum. But I'm not being, I'm not doing that quite yet, like I said. We are just being sure that we have a respectable amount of mirrors for the time being. Let's see here. We can fulfill some of the venture's desires. Once again, something bright for 7 Skintalak. 7 Skintalak gone, 1,000 echoes gained. And now we can see what next he might want. Ah, okay then. He has some new requests now. Something durable, murder enough monsters, or you can purchase it in the Chelinate, far to the east. They're flooded with dead monsters. I'm not. 500 echoes. Yes, it's generous. Be quick. So, 7 Stygian ivory for 500 echoes, or something azure. Sapphires, as of course you know, come from Port Carnelian, in the southwest of the Z. 1,000 echoes, there and back again. Hurry, I have candles to light. 5 caskets of sapphires for 1,000 echoes. That I think is a location I can find, and would be able to find. So, I should keep that in mind. Alright, also have some mushroom wine. Strange catch. I think there's things we can do with those, but for now, let's see how many port reports we got. We'd be doing their special thing more if it wasn't in that one area. If it wasn't in the Connates. Connate's a rough place to have your first one. Port Seal, Godfall, Pigmote Isle, that they're gonna go on. Polythreme, which is actually a pretty good amount of echoes. Salt Lines, Demir Island. Alright, that brings our hold space up to 10, our fuel up to 7. Okay. We have shops. We can sell Skintellect for 70 apiece. I don't want to fully sell things there quite yet. If only because, well, I don't want to fully go... just in case it pops up again, I kind of want it there. But that's fine. Let's see here. Not you, you. What did I need to speak with you again? 10 fuel, 5 supplies, 5 torpedo components. Alright, that will be a bit of a cost, but... Alright, that fills up that. Torpedo components don't cost things, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're honestly pretty cheap. And there's a reason for doing this, even if it's a bit costly on everything. But now's our time to do it. Invite the cannoneer to dine with you. I've had enough to eat, thank you. I don't eat much, but I'd like to demonstrate some ideas I've had. Can you meet me on the afterdeck at 8 bells? Flowers of Flame. The cannoneer has found ways to calibrate your weapons for additional death and explosions. When the smoke clears, however, it is impossible to deny that the risk and expense of most of these tricks is a little too great. Only a couple of minor modifications are safe to use. But do you know, the cannoneer says, squinting thoughtfully, it reminds me of a story. The Iron and Misery Company were testing something. Destroyed one of their outlying stations. Destroyed it to bits. If you can find me the prototype, I can make it work for us. Can you take me to Demir Island? I used to know the factor there. He might talk. 5 supplies, 5 fuel, 5 torpedo components, 10 fuel. We've gained a Tale of Terror. We've also gained a point of iron. It's a very expensive point of iron, but it's a start for a very worthwhile quest. We could increase our iron more. Do I risk it? Yeah, know what? Sure. 1 iron. No, yes. My god, no. That, Captain, is going to cause explosions, though. I don't think you mentioned it. Go again. Excellent. That puts our irons up to 60. More boom. All the boom. Lodgings. Here's the little creature. Let's read the morning paper. Lost to terror. That's alright. London. We got our new recruits. We'll definitely want to buy more of that. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. And our supplies are about to take over, so another one of those. Now, of course, we should, the thing in the room, which is, something about a child. A new arrival. You, your sweetheart, and your child. What will your child call you? You can do nothing at all. You don't want to raise a child or can't afford to. Turn away. Your sweetheart raise the brat, if they can. You'll note, these require bigger lodgings. There's that. Prove your lodgings first. You can't raise a child in a room above a pub. Well, people do, but your sweetheart expects better. So, there's something we now have to do. In that case, go to our lodgings. And for 1,000 echoes, purchase an elegant townhouse. A good address on Hollow Street. It won't be cheap. We'll buy it. Sailor's Service. You have your crew cart your things from the blind helmsman to your new address. If anyone respectable calls, they'll pass as servants. Resting is now more expensive, but more effective. And now, I can actually talk to this and say, how do you wish the child to call you? Father, mother, or captain? Father, yes, you are the child's father. Mother, yes, you are the child's mother. Captain, your relationship will be remote, or complicated, or exceptional. What do we want the kid to call us? That's a good question. Will not be impersonal. That just seems, yeah. We'll just go with mother. Here it is. Small, warm, apprehensive, affectionate creature. Treat it gently. You may visit your child at your lodgings when you gain a free evening. You always get free evenings when you return to London. But here's one now. So what can we do now? Why, we can go to our lodgings and time with your family. Your sweetheart comes and goes. They have their own complicated business, but they always return to your shared home and your child. So, we can use our free evenings here. Time with your family. It's a delight, but will it always be a delight? The sailor knows two worlds. If you give suitable presents to your child, they will gain sea fever. If sea fever reaches 25, they will decide to run away to sea, becoming your scion. This will establish a permanent dynasty of future sea captains. So we can tell tales of far lands. There's something you saw far across the black ocean. Share it. Can tell tales of the sea. You've come home safe, but you nearly didn't. Tell them how. Tell your child and your sweetheart of the surface. The sun is bright and cruel, and sweet as peaches. Give them a souvenir. There's a space for it on that shelf, there. Or you can just enjoy their company. An evening in the parlor with your child and your sweetheart. And so to bed. I'm gonna do this one for now, just because it reduces your terror by a hell of a lot. And that is what I need right now. Crumpets and bullet jam. And what happens when you spin a child round so fast they're very nearly sick? Quiet at evening's end. Shared stories, bats beating at the windows. And much later, the warmth of renewed passion after the cold salt of the sea. Later, these next times we do this, we will try to bump up their sea fervor. You know, because you can. Now, we have a new option, considering we have new options. We consider retirement. We're not going to do that. I mean, okay, we can look at it. This allows you to view options which will end the game. You can safely scrutinize them without ever choosing one. It can kind of show you, like, you can retire for just a straight-out draw. To complete a bandition, this is unambiguously a win. Otherwise, perhaps, call it a draw. You must be retiring to at least an elegant townhouse, in any case. You have standards. Thus, you can't just retire when you're in a room above the blind helmsman. But you'll know, it's like, this is the victory one that we currently have set up for our ambition. Retire to life of luxury. Handsome mansion and need a retirement fund. You basically need a Z-side mansion, which is the upgrade from this, and 30,000 echoes. You'll know, by the way, if you go to here, it's like, you can sell it and move that. You cannot sell it if you have a child. For obvious reasons, and without heirlooms. You'll notice, it's like, one of the requirements says, purchase a Z-side mansion. Something up by the Prickfinger Waste, but not too near the carnival. Something with a view. That costs 10,000 echoes on its own. So at very minimum, if you're going for the wealth one, you would need about 40,000 echoes, 10,000 to purchase the seaside mansion, and then the 30,000 for the retirement fund, basically. It's a it's a thing. But what we can also do is visit your study, a private sanctuary. Once your lodgings are large enough to support a study, you can create items such as an ironclad will, a whispering trophy cabinet, or the Zon of the Z. Your study, the clock ticks, the gaslight wickers, shadows lie quiet. There's multiple option things you can do here. Just kind of go through them because they're interesting. You could create a shrine to stone. You know the hymns, the prayers, the traditions. Perhaps you believe, perhaps you don't, but it will comfort the sailors. The process of creating the shrine to stone will increase your hearts by 7, as high as 200, and the shrine is an auxiliary item worth a further 7. It, of course, requires a captivating treasure, 7 secrets. Everything of these will increase your stats, and cause an auxiliary item, which is a part on your hull to put it in, to increase that stat further, but requires certain requirements to make them. A lot of them are secrets. A lot of secrets. 7 apiece. Create an anatomical cabinet. You have learned so much. Now create an object lesson that will guide you in the destruction of your enemies. The process of creating the cabinet will increase your irons by 7, as high as 200, and the cabinet is an auxiliary item worth a further 7 iron. Requires supplies, 7 secrets, 7 lamentable relics. Create a serene aquarium. You know the secrets of this particular specimen. Construct an environment that will display it to best advantage. 7 mirrors, 7 mirrors. Supplies, live specimen, 7 secrets. Create a monstrous almanac. You could fill whole shelves of notebooks with what you've learned of the Z, its monsters, its treasures, its secrets, and so you will. 7 pages, further 7 pages. You just need 7 outlandish artifacts and 7 secrets. Create a whispering trophy case. Yes, yes. When the bones are emplaced, you will hear them when you sleep. Bit creepy, that one. 7 veils increase, another 7 veils. You need 7 strange catches, 7 secrets, and yeah. There's also Write a Will. The Court of Chancery, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom it may devour. Ensure it doesn't get its lion tentacles on your property when you're gone. Should you die, this will ensure that your heir retains your lodgings and any heirlooms you've accumulated. So, you cost 200 echoes to basically save you from having to make that 1,000 purchase again. Also, amongst other potential things which we'll go over in a moment. For now, yes, we are using 200 echoes to write up a will. If we die, this is important. Won't have to buy those lodgings again. Baseborn and fouling peace. The lawyer peers at you like a vulture composed of crocodiles. Come now, she creaks. There's a few years in you yet. But your caution does you credit. Sign here. No, ink is fine. This isn't the Brass Embassy. Brass Embassy is, the embassy of, well, devils. Hell. It's the embassy of hell. You don't need to sign in blood or your soul or whatever. Just ink is fine. We now have one of this, an ironclad will. A notarized copy rests securely in the vaults of Baseborn and Fouling Piece. Another in the vaults of the bazaar itself. This will ensure your next character inherits your lodgings, along with any heirlooms you have stored there. We've lost, only 100 echoes. Okay. I thought 200 was required. I guess it's making sure you don't drain your money completely. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Now, things you can do with having an ironclad will. Can adorn your lodgings with captivating treasures. Convert captivating treasures into heirlooms, and they'll adorn your lodgings until the day you die. After that, your family will probably sell them. This is a way to pass on money to your next character. You can have no more than 12 heirlooms, or 16 in a mansion, and you'll need to pay a small fee to write these treasures into your will. That's 10 echoes, you have to have a will, have no more than that amount of heirlooms, and you need a captivating treasure. The ones that cost 1,000. Which, I mean, I sold mine. I wanted the money now, for obvious reason. But, if you feel like you have an X amount of captivating treasures you don't want to use on something, and you feel like things may go horribly, horribly wrong for whatever reason, well then, you can write that into your will. Also do it with convert a collection of outlandish artifacts into an heirloom. Individually, these artifacts are interesting. Together, they're unique. That's 10 outlandish artifacts. At, again, a cost of 20 echoes to write them in. I think they effectively do it to a similar margin, where whatever it is, it adds a similar amount of money into your will to pass on. Also, you'll note a thing called Write the Zon of the Z. You have assembled a store of lore and a collection of antiquities. Your knowledge of the Z rivals that of any captain of history. Write it all down. This will create the Zon of the Sea, which allows you to retire happily if you have the correct ambition. It wasn't an ambition specifically for this. And is a pretty nifty item in its own right. It requires the cabinet, aquarium, shrine, almanac, and trophy case, which can all be created here in your study. The previous deals I showed up there. So, this is why Zon of the Sea is a particular tough one. You'll note I noted all those requirements and how many secrets and different items you need for those individual items. For the Zon of the Sea, you also need a Dread Surmise. That's a hell of an item to get a hold of. Need a Port Report Irene, a Port Report King Eater's Castle. We've not been in these places, but note you'll need port reports. Those are pretty minor. A Port Report Consort, Port Report Mount Palmerston, a Port Report Port Cecil. You also need an additional 40 secrets atop the each 7 you have to spend for these guys. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 7 is 35. So you at least need 75 secrets. 77 Tales of Terror, 77 Z Stories, 77 Memory of Distant Shores, and then all those individual items. It's a hell of a lot of items that are not exactly the easiest to get in such quantities. So, Zon of the Sea, while it seems straightforward, requires a lot of different shit. It makes it one of the more difficult ambitions, I personally feel, at least. But for now, the important thing is, we have an ironclad will. Our lodgings are secure for if we die horribly for whatever reason. Let's hope that does not become the case, eh? Let's hear. I do need some hold. I do need some hold. And the thing is... Let's hear. We are gonna have to sell some of that. This isn't the best place to sell these, but we'll sell those because we effectively got them for free. And we know that's 7 required for that, so we'll sell down to 7 here. That leaves us with cargo space, and gives us a little bit of extra cash. I am, of course, immediately going to buy a little bit more fuel, because that's what I spend the most on, but... we want to head south now. Because you'll note, it's mentioned something about... Well, we're in the hunt for sapphires. 7 sapphires, to be specific. And it mentioned a certain port we need to go to. Which to find... we must head south. And luckily it's usually some fashion of south on this right angle. we should be fine in that accord. Ah, home water music. Safety at home. We'll also stop by Mutton Island to pick up that. Oh, and I guess we'll kill a crab because it's right there. Hunger won't line up well, bonk. Bonk. Yeah, hunger reduction isn't going to do us anything. I'm just going to dissect it in that case because we won't reduce hunger. And you'll show why I haven't generally gone for that options. Dissect it for knowledge. 100% chance of a page is deal now. A crab full of conundrums. You set to work with your knives and acids. It is an undistinguished adolescent specimen, a megalops of one of the deep sea crab species, but its eyes, normally vestigial in these troglodytic beasts, are large and rather beautiful. The golden glow is almost gone now, although sparks leap now and then to your knife. Succeed, gain 25 fragments, which isn't a huge amount. But the thing is, it can go down as far as just getting one solitary fragment. 25 was a lucky amount. I've seen it where you just get one fragment, and in that case, you're just like, really? One fragment? Gain 50 for finding a new place. Yeah, suffice to say. Generally, if you have high hunger, it's worth doing the hunger one. For obvious reasons. Saving out on supplies is always beneficial. Is there something in the air today? A restless breeze? Approach the dock. It's probably nothing. The ship slides into dock. Has something changed on Mutton Island? Islands of the sea are always in motion. Mutton Island fires on the hillside. Everything seems the same. For now. Pick up a wretched mog. Oh no, the wretched mog. We're not gonna spend 3 supplies on that. Bugger that noise. 1 echo for port report. Nothing to report. 2 fresh fishermen are glad to greet you. Can't think of anything, Captain. We've had a good catch. You present another coin. The other fisherman shakes his head. It's true, Captain. No news here. First nods. You can tell the Admiralty how all's in order. Their eyes brighten with their smiles. Well then. Visit the hilltop above town. There's not much wind on the undersea, but Mutton Island suffers eerie gusts and buffets from an inexplicably local fragment of weather. The air on the hilltop sometimes carries interesting scents. Let's do this. The voice of the wind. You stand on a cliff top, looking over the little whitewashed village. Smoke from the chimney of the Cock and Magpie drifts straight upwards. As you watch, the smoke tilts. The sudden wind thins it to a pencil smudge. Then nothing. The wind screams unexpectedly, like a god cut in half. The scream subsides, giving way to a susurrus that surrounds you suddenly with the illusion of whispering voices. You could swear you hear words in the depths under 7 poles. Nowhere, 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 nowhere. Must be the caves around the island channeling the air. At least, that's the most comforting explanation. Below you, the locals each take nips from a shared flask, make a toast towards the mainland. The wind is southerly. You have succeeded in a pages challenge. You've gained a secret. That's all for now. Yeah. It's an interesting place. Mutton's Island. There's a fire there. There's a well there. Let's proceed away from this place. She's a silly place, anyways. Cumin Canal. to Iron Republic, then Iron Republic should take us down to where we need to be. And by skirting by the Iron Republic, I should be able to pick up some cheap fuel. And maybe tempt fate on another port report there. Maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling. All that place is. For now, safe, peaceful canal. Let's turn here down. The bells ring. This is good. Just in time to, well, burst port report, even if it's not much right here. Surface gossip. Just another revision of the surface. There's another one you can get there. We haven't gotten it yet. But you can get a deal there. There's a Gilly Fleur. We have no reason to go out of our way for that. I just realized we got the strange catch. Oh well. I'm sure we can use it for something. Use up a whole spot, but ain't that bad. Alright, remember, we need to be careful around the Iron Republic, because there are nasty ships here. Nasty, nasty, horrible, no good, pains of death, huh? That sometimes gets stuck in these whirlwinds. Which is... yeah, there we go. That one's pleasantly called Adam's Doom. Ah, there you are. Hello there. Not underestimate the fact that it's an ore boat. It's so painful. Just go around the bluff. And into here. Back in the Iron Republic, eh? Where we can top off our fuel. For 2 echoes less. Iron Republic. We do not want to spend time ashore. We definitely do not. We're gonna tempt fate here. How another port report. Ah, we lost 2 hearts. Bummer. The new passions, the sensations of the Republic are overwhelming. This is a desire for years. That is a hatred for fountains. Here is an emotion that can only be expressed mathematically. Now you are washed with the nostalgia for the hatching of the egg. Write it down. Write it all down. Perhaps you'll be rid of it. And... in a game, Tale of Terror, Game Mist, lost 2 hearts. Who increases our hearts again? Was it you? Yeah, it was you. Lift your hand from the food. Perfect. Open your eyes. Outcast has Gnostic secrets of profound culinary import to impart. Even its lesser revelations are enough to touch your dreams with the dread of drowning. Perhaps fortunately it gets so excited when it talks about the greater revelations that you don't have any idea what the hell it's on about. Increased hearts, lost a secret, gained a terror, gained a fragment. That is fine. You my other heart person? Yeah, you were. Offer 1 in turn. That's just straight trade. One of your best discovery for one of hers. Not hard to drive the bargain. She sits back after dinner and tells you this. Most people think that the hard part of surgery is finding what's wrong and taking it out, but any fool could do that. Ship's cook with a cleaver can have that part of the job. The hard part is cutting so you can sew it all back again afterwards. And she demonstrates on a shark fin, leaving it in better condition than it started. And there's our back to increase in our hearts. Alright, now we want to go about this angle. About this angle will take us where we need. I'll probably have to make some adjustments for things trying to murder us. I likely will have to make adjustments for things trying to murder us. Dun, 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 dun. Speaking of which, oh gods, I got too close to that. Okay. We're already too close. Ow. 12 damage. Which is why I was just gonna buzz right past it and get behind it. Oh, come on! You're off my screen! Dick. Alright, that's... unfortunately, 23 damage. Ah. Found the Grand Geode. Well, we might as well stop by a moment. For this is a place. Also has terrible, horrible, no good ships around it. We'll keep an eye out for that. Not blunder into it like I did that Republican ship. But here we are. Grand Geode, a distant song like a mirage. A naval base with the Royal Navy's emblems curiously amended. Efficient, bright-eyed women and men work briskly everywhere you look. They are singing hymns with unfamiliar words. Hard-faced Royal Marines watch you carefully, barring entry to the geode's heart. A plaque by the docks has been defaced with orange paint, but you can still make out the original inscription. Station 5. Adjutants. Compile a port report. Does Admiralty know, or want to know? Take discreet notes. The Marines are watching. I have a port report. Grand Geode. Efficient workers seen vigorously. Keen eyes observe. We have one more thing. Ask to speak with someone in authority. What is this place? The Commodore may be able to give you a few minutes. The Commodore shakes your hand warmly. He's a handsome, open-faced fellow in an immaculate Navy uniform. His office is equally handsome. It overlooks the glittering interior Crystal Cliff. It must be as well lit as any study underneath. He deflects questions about the purpose of the installation. Classified, you know. But smilingly offers you tea, biscuits, and mineralogical antidotes. The biscuits are good, but the antidotes rather blend one into the next. You find yourself nodding, and then jerk suddenly awake. The Commodore is smiling. Your cup is empty. You feel well. Very well. A little euphoric, even. Come back soon, he says softly. You've lost 5 terror. You've gained 1 memory of distant shores. You now have 1 memoirs, a sunstroke. You've spoken to the Commodore in Grand Geode, but your memory is a little hazy. The light, it's pretty. Menaces, yearning, burning. I'm sure it's fine. I have a new option here. Purchase an element of dawn from the Commodore. We don't want to worry about that right now. You need to offer up 7 crew. 1 vital intelligence, and 50 supplies for it. You need a big ship, in other words. Plenty of crew to spare, and a lot of supplies to ditch. That's a later game thing. For now, we have our port report. Had a merry chat with the Commodore. And now we can proceed onwards. And not run into that island. Because that is land that I do not want to run into. Just go around. And then head off this way. For we need to be south. And by south, to mean this angle of south. Ah, yes. In fact, here we are. For we are where we need to be. Where we need to be? The Carnelian coast. Far to the south, the Neath roof glimmers above the mountain of light. This is a place overall called... well, this is Port Carnelian. It is a colony of London. That's a Bandersnatch. We're not gonna peeve off the Bandersnatch at the moment. We instead want to stop here. You'll note there's sandstorms there. Like the blizzards up north, this flail of sand and such, I believe called the wax wind, will also slow you down. You do not want to be stuck in wax wind. Door-wise, we have some options here. Port Carnelian, fallen London's sole imperial possession. Treasure it. It's London's colony down here underneath. All the rest of its colonies is, well, still on the surface. And that makes it a little awkward to do anything with at the moment. Not sure what's going on there. Really nothing ideal. Port Carnelian, London's first undersea colony, sweats under a blanket of southern heat. To the right of the dock, the sapphire mines yawn. To the left, the governor's house stands, prim as an Elderwick mansion. Behind lies the fungal jungle. Fungal jungle. Ghostly in white and violet. This is part of on what is called the Elder Continent. Elder Continent is a large area. Or too much about it. We have some options. That, again, is an undersea thing. We can visit Murgatod's Imperial Tea Shop. That, I believe, is a terror reduction deal. You'll note there are 3 different options for port reports locations. They're all functionally the same. You get a port report, but they all kind of have different dialogue to them. One of the only places that has such. So to get your port report, you have a number of options. You can call at Hartcross House, where the governor administers the distant fleck of Her Majesty's empire. You could talk to a tiger in the Blue Bazaar. The Carnelian Coast's Paddy natives are eloquent, placid, and acerbic most of the time. And yes, that is what it says it is. Talk to a tiger. You can also call at a room above a bookshop. The diplomats of the Khanate were expelled from Port Carnelian following the Galatea incident. Only one remains behind. Not in any official capacity, you understand. We're going to talk to a tiger because, of course, we're going to talk to a tiger. Trouble abroad. The Blue Bazaar is Port Carnelian's great indoor market, arched, lofty, plush with patterned carpets where the vendors display their wares, most of all, awash with gossip. The tiger is well informed. A black-hulled Connate trireme prowled the coast last night, a rifle shot from shore. Shipments from the sapphire mines have slowed. The governor's aide was left-handed on Tuesday and right-handed on Wednesday. Now have one port report, Port Carnelian. How fares Little London? And 8 fragments. Could influence affairs. If you, happen to want to set up a network, which is that option right there. You'll note that the diplomat that we talked to before had the options of implementing agents into places. They require very high veil checks, we'll note right there. But you effectively are given 2 options of places where you can set up networks. The Khanate, which is tremendously difficult, and here in Port Carnelian, which is kind of it has many inches trying to vibe for its affair. For now, we're gonna try this. Pan for sapphires in the fungal jungle. Somewhere in its heart runs a river of shining stones. I have a 48% chance of success here. Let's see what we get. We get the fail one, which is honestly pretty amusing. A native ambush. Perhaps ambush is a strong word, but there's a tiger sitting on a broad mushroom cap asking unflattering questions about your nutritional value. You retreat. It's one of the better failures. I mean, the success has good ways of making money on this, but the failure is just funny. Gain a terror, gain a tale of terror. And you have a tiger just chilling on a mushroom cap saying like, how much nutritional value do you have in your body? Yes. And when it's a tiger asking you that, yeah, let's just tactically retreat here. Oh well, that is fine, that's fine. Notice there's 2 places. Fuel for 12. And one of the rare places that this is the case of, not just sapphires, although there are quite a lot of sapphires, Carnelian Market. The Dockside Market has cheaper supplies. That's right. By 2 echoes smaller, the fuel is 2 deals more. But it basically winds up being that, like, between the Iron Republic for 2 slightly cheaper fuel, and Port Carnelian with 2 slightly cheaper supplies, it's like, if you have to be going along this route, it's worth it to stock up when need be. Because, well, you can. For slightly cheaper than you normally would. So, we'll go to 9. It's a little bit overkill. We're about to tick over anyways. You'll note for the venture, we needed, I think it was 7 casks of sapphires. And while you have it, this is the place where you can buy a casket of sapphires. It was the Lasonic general who named the Carnelian coast. Then she discovered it was full of sapphires. Imagine her embarrassment. So you'll note, each casket of sapphires costs 86. If I do some quick math here, it's like we have to buy 7 of them, so it's 602 echoes to buy 7 caskets of sapphires. We're going to be then trading in these 7 caskets that cost us 602 to the merchant venturer, who is going to give us 1,000. So we get a profit of this of 398. Honestly, pretty alright. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not as profitable as the Skintalak, of course, but the Skintalak we're just getting for quest stuff. Quest shenanigans. And that is fine. But while we're here, we have one more thing to do. Submariner, the fierce philanthropist. Her house is built in the tall, Portuguese London style. red brick and white plaster, decorative iron railings, painted black. Its mistress is the subject of intense colonial gossip, independently wealthy, an industrialist's daughter, a widow, unwelcome in London. What then does she want with you? An invitation arrived as soon as you docked. Accept her invitation. It wouldn't hurt to have the backing of a wealthy benefactor. This will begin the quest which allows you to obtain a submarine. We do want to start this. We're here in the area anyways. You expected a sizable gathering, but it's just you, her, and a decanter of admirable sherry. She is not a small woman, and comprehensively occupies her armchair. She wears sensible satins and sensible shoes. Her hair is impeccably curled. I've heard a number of shocking things about you, citizen, all of which I consider thoroughly promising. Her accent has a hint of Midlands melancholy to it. She must have spent much of her life on the surface. For a time, she asks questions about your travels and listens avidly to your answers. Then she gets down to business. A question, citizen. She tops up her sherry. Some years ago, the nations of the Neath struck an agreement to abandon their research into submarine travel and leave the sea depths untouched. Ah, the arrangement about nothing of consequence. Sailors mutter about it when listing the Admiralty's follies. You nod. She raises her glass to her lips. And what is your opinion of this agreement, she asks. There's two options. You can approve it. It's probably for the best. The surface is bad enough. God knows what unpleasant lies above. Change your mind if you wish, but honestly, that's just delaying the inevitable of what we're doing. Scoff about it. It's a nonsense. Nowhere should be forbidden to the capable explorer. This will begin the quest to acquire a submarine. A new friend. Her smile is conspiratorial. Then we can help each other. I'm prepared to finance, in a large part, improvements to your ship that will make it capable of submarine travel. The Admiralty and other powers disapprove of such innovation. Therefore, we will need to be discreet. I have procured experts, laborers, and a workshop. They are well paid and loyal. Here's the address. Meet us there, and we can begin our work. The fierce Philanthropist will help you convert your ship to a submarine at her hidden workshop. Which, immediately takes us to the hidden workshop. On the shore of a gloomy inlet stands a rickety factory. Once, and supposedly still, it was committed to the cutting and polishing of sapphires. Now, it is the place where the fierce Philanthropist houses her intrepid staff of engineers, the ingenious men and women who will convert your ship into a submarine. Phase 1. And look, you'll notice each deals that we can use increase experimental modifications. And that's what we want to get up. And there's various ways to do it. In these Phase 1 options, could contribute nautical know-how. Some contribute ingenuities, others graft. What you can contribute is hard-won, hands-on experience of the Z itself. That's trading 3 Z stories for 20 experimental modifications. Provide additional funding, specifically at private bribes that the Philanthropist cannot be associated with. It's 25, increases by 25 modifications for 75 echoes. Kinda steep. Donate a mysterious device. Heretofore, its purpose was mysterious, but the chief engineer insists it's precisely what they need. Sacrifice an outlandish artifact to increase your experimental modifications by 60. It's pretty high up. You could donate Stygian ivory. It's dark as the belly of the Z and correctly treated harder than iron. That's trading 1 Stygian ivory for 20 modifications. Or, and here's the reason I picked this up, Contribute, advance, theory. These idiots don't have the first idea what they're doing. Enlighten them. Sacrifice an experimental implication for 100 experimental modifications. You'll note these requirements is no more than 99. That means having this guy is just an instant completion of phase 1. We're doing it. Also, has interesting dialogue. Inspiration strikes. We'll have to rework the hydraulics, the chief engineer explains, her eyes ablaze, but it'll be worth it. She works for 3 days straight. In the end, they have to pry the spanner from her hands and stir laudanum secretly into her tea to convince her to take a break. No one can make head nor tail of the changes she's made to the pipework, but the engine whirs like moth's wings. Lost star implication, getting 2 intriguing snippets. We're getting that. That's one of the deal. I think there's another dialogue you can get. Let me look that up briefly, because we're not going to see this again. And it's honestly kind of a good one as well. But both of these ones are good. Here's the alternate dialogue you could have gotten on that. It's the same result. You gain nothing different from it. It's just a matter of which dialogue you get. It's like, we got the Inspiration Strikes one. The other one is also kind of neat in that it's titled The Truth Burns. One engineer begins to laugh, seemingly unable to stop. Another weeps. The tears scorch his face like kettle water. A third frantically tries to write down what you said, but gives up when her third pen combusts in lavender flame. This changes everything, a grease-stained engineer whispers. Later, his colleagues catch him out back, burning his collected volumes of the transactions of the South Wales Institute of Engineers. Fortunately, your vessel benefits from the drastic adjustment to their perspective. Her turbines whirl, her pumps thunder, a river of cabling runs through her interior, dense as the weave in a Turkish carpet. So, both those dialogues are pretty good. We got Inspiration Strikes, which is a bit more upbeat, although the chief engineer going absolute mad fixing things. And that immediately bumps us to phase 2. Retrieve a set of sonar schematics. The engineers have reached an impasse. It's the sonar. It's unreliable, loud, and stops working below 70 fathoms. But the Admiralty and the Khanate must have cracked this back in the day. The engineers brim with conspiracy theories about the old submarine programs. Before the agreement about nothing of consequence, London's Admiralty conducted their submarine research at Station 3. The location of the Khanate's research base is unknown, but a number of its scientists relocated to Khan's Shadow. Perhaps one of those locations has information you could use. Retrieve sonar schematics from Station 3 or Khan's Shadow. We've gained a secret. We happen to know where the Khan's Shadow is, so we'll be hitting that up. We will definitely be hitting that up after we go back with these sapphires. You'll note that's there. That's a different thing. Don't worry about it. That's predominantly a Kickstarter thing, or potentially something to do with her. Rather than something actually just full-on complete. But that's not for immediate things. Ah, yes. The main section. I see you're still out here. Hello. Hello, fish. How much health did these guys have again? Because if it's low enough, I might actually engage it. Oh, it sees me. Oh. You know what? I'll leave you be. Also, I mistook the name. It's, Behemostache. Yes, Behemostache. Can you stop? No, it's seen me. Great. 16 damage. And that's why I wanted to avoid it. Stop hitting me, you dick. Faster, ship, faster. The Behemostache is murdering us. Yeah, honestly, the thing about fighting some Z-beasts, like... Oh god, there's stuck between a ship and a mustache here. Yeah, the difficulty of the Z-beasts is that they are fast and they do bonk you for a lot of damage. Key thing is kind of having... ignore you too. Blue crab there. The key thing here is that you kind of need faster engines and either a fast enough engine to be able to backpedal and hit, or to have an aft gun. You know, a gun on your backside. There's... No way, is this here? Oh, it is. Huh. Okay, I'll note why I'm acting like this. Usually where I find the other shroom, as we just learned, is all the way fuck all on the other side of the map. The fact that it's here is, fascinating. Doc, other shroom. The queenly core of this spore-haunted sea. Climb the fungal fiber ladders to its summit. Shaggy, suspicious villagers scratch a living here, amidst endless clouds of spores and scurrying mobs of plant-animal hybrids. None of them ever leave. Monsters, one explains darkly. Z full of monsters. I mean, they're not wrong there. We have some options here. Ooh. Okay, so there's some options here. You could visit the village. Hospitable, not exactly. They usually don't chase you off with sticks. They usually let you sit beside their mildew-smelling fire. You could trade honey. Honey, a shroomer explains. Everyone wants honey. Life on the other shroom is unvarying and occasionally deadly poisonous. The shroomers are desperate for the diversion that prisoners' honey can bring, but vague about what they can pay in return. Supplies, though, at least. Gather intelligence. What happens here on top of a mushroom the size of Marlborough? We're definitely doing this one. A slow survey. The villagers live a shabby but sufficient life. The other shroom provides. They're secretive, tech-turtle, and curious. Ships rarely visit. The other shroom, there's only one of it. For now. There's also this one, which is actually something we might want to do. Experiment with your strange catch. A mist of spores rises in the direction. What was it the old sailors say? Give a catch to the other shroom and you'll get... What was it? Luck? Life? Let's find out. Trade a strange catch for a live specimen. We're doing that. New growth. Within the hour, purple mycelium spreads throughout the flesh, colonizing your catch with a new vascular system. Another hour and the catch begins moving again. In the third hour, it starts rhyming. Before it begins composing couplets, you whack it in a jar and store it in your hold. Beneath is a strange place, but we have exchanged our strange catch for a live specimen. Might be some sort of fish, but best not to look too closely. For something wriggling and peculiar. It's safely confined. Probably. And encourage your Bleminger Gallivager to explore. I feel kinship with the place. It's certainly very mushroomy. Unaccustomed silence. Your ever-present Blemigan is for once nowhere to be seen. The engine room is quiet. Your maps are exactly as you left them. Not one is defaced or crumpled into a ball. Finally, you spot the tip of a tendril poking out from under a pile of unwashed clothing. Your Blemigan indicates that under no circumstance whatsoever will it be emerging. What could be so bad about the other shroom? Do the other mushrooms bully it? There's nothing much else here, but that live catch means we can do this. We can talk to her, so you have a live specimen. Mr. Iron. Truly? Finer dirt in operation. Does the blood of London's cowed masters really run through her veins? Twisted smile. You sit with her in a surgery lined with bottles of preserved and pickled body parts. I can't offer you proof, she says. The only strange tongue I speak is my mother's, which is ancient but human. Blades can cut me. I'm not immune to fire, though perhaps the masters are not either. But I have not met anyone who shares my particular skills, and I know my mother cannot see her in any ordinary liaison with an ordinary man, much less a husband. She was in her 3rd millennium when she bore me. An occurrence you learn about the Cladari air quality is now informed to the Cladari air's possible relationship to Mr. Iron, and you've lost a life specimen. Of course, we did meet her father, and that is a thing. We'll leave that a secret for now. We don't want to bother with that. Explore her surgery. On her shelf, she keeps things preserved in alcohol or packed in oil. Things she cut from patients. Why do you have this tailbone? These are souvenirs, she says. Here's the patch of skin from the palm of a woman's hand. I took it from her in order to cure her of the urge to adultery. Now she wears gloves, but she's kept her marriage. There's more difficult work I could be doing. She's playing her blade between her fingers. Did you know my mother operated on the bazaar itself? She cut away its cladent lobe so that it'd be at peace and not have to wander on and on. But the operation changed her. She got some of the ichor on her skin. Learning about the Cladari air. Gathering details on the history of the Cladari air. Now it's like, what happened to the cladent lobe? The Cladari air's mother cut off a piece of London's Echo Bazaar. Where to go? To acquire a Cladari souvenir, you must find something for the air to operate on. Certain unusual items might do, or you can find opportunities to gain one at some ports. So, that's something to keep an eye out on now. I mean, we are given this option with our Sooth and Cooper Lawn box, but, we want that for other reasons. We want that for something else. So for now, we just have to keep our eyes out for opportunities for her to do surgeries. Here be not the place. This is just mushroom land. Here there be mushrooms. Well, nothing to do with the bloody mushrooms. Wreck of the Miko. Hello, wreck ship. My apologies for ye's misfortune. Clearly things have not gone well for you. Although, at least part of you is above the surface. That has to count for something. Anything else nearby? Wasn't expecting the other shroom, but... Ah. Abbey Rock. Ooh, we have Abbey Rock here too, eh? Well then. Well then indeed. Hello, Abbey Rock. Boom, boom. the docks at the top, of course it is. You, crab. I'd like to reduce my hunger, please. Perfect. Butcher it, lose my hunger, we're all good. The fact that that triggered instantly means I was threading the needle by that frickin' much. Alright, Abbey Rock, a new place. Here the Grim Sisters lair. A black spit of an island, far from anywhere anyone would want to go. And that's how the Sisterhood likes it. Here stands their Fortress Covenant. There are bear traps that look friendlier than this. Strange catch for consignment of Skintalite. We already just traded our strange catch for something else. Unfortunate, but honestly not bad. 20 echoes to be precise. That's exactly what we buy them for. Pay a fair price. Not a good price, mind, just a fair price. Compile a port report. It is unlikely to be eventful. As always, nothing is happening. The sisters watch us. We feel their eyes. The sea crashes on the rocks, withdraws. The fortress stands stolid as the last year of a century. The greatest peril you risk here is a certain purpleness of prose. The nuns endure. So, we can watch the Covenant. Can offer a gift of a hunting trophy, reducing terror. Knock at the iron-studded gates with news. Perhaps they'll find it valuable. We're about to head back to London anyways. Ah, lost 2 terror. Okay, that's what that does. Brief attention. The muscular prioress, the abbess's lieutenant, comes to the door to listen. She nods and makes notes. She pays particular attention to news of marsh beasts, predations, and the traffic of the rooftops. In return, she offers a rather perfunctory blessing, but the blessing reassures your crew. Watch the Covenant. Wait a while and see. Dangerous training. Like huge and deadly herons, the sisters stalk along the very tops of the walls. You watch through a spyglass as they leap and whirl, slashing at each other with a variety of frightening weapons. God! One of them just turned a somersault. These nuns are pretty badass. They are pretty badass. That's all that's here at Abbey Rock. Not a whole lot, but it was on the way. Ah, we could. Nah, we'll just head straight back to London. It's fine, it's fine. Though, there's a place here. Also, there's a jelly flutter here. Back up, back up. Probably end up taking some damage from this because we're a bit. Jelly flutter has a pretty substantial amount of damage, but 8 damage, not so bad. We have more hole to work with. And, we gained supplies this time. It'll wait in a barrel of former jellyfish. It'll wait in the hold like a cup of dissolved moon. One day you will eat it, or perhaps it will eat you. Not ominous at all. But yeah, we actually do have a place here. I believe they're called the Shepherd Isles. Send our bat. We're literally right next to... Yeah, Shepherd Isles. Literally just right above us. And we turn. And Shepherd Isles. Sheep. Lichen. Standing stones. Of course, the bearded watchman tells you. There are no actual shepherds on the Shepherd Isles. Sheep are mostly illegal here. No, indeed, it's just the name of the gentleman that found the islands. Greybeard, sitting in the village square, nods solemnly. No sheep, one says. But plenty of tails. Ask us anything. Gonna have a picnic at the Standing Stones. Bearded villagers will sell you mutton stew and kefir and stone bottles of cold, fresh spring water. Row you over to the stones. That's a terror thing. Tales of the Standing Stones. Bearded villagers are happy to talk about the local sites. Well, sight. Tales of the Three Graves. Who sleeps beneath the turf over on that island to the northwest? Tales of Thorncraft. What about the isle to the north, the one that isn't bridged? The rest of the Z. Ah, you need 2 casts. The rest of the Z, the bearded watchman scoffs. Here's where you need to be. You don't talk about the rest of the Z. But a sniveling caitiff draws you aside. Got something for you, he promises. But I'll need some of that good stuff from London. A lot of that good stuff. Ooh, 7 supplies, 2 casks of mushrooms. Ugh. Compile a port report. We definitely want that. Ah, yes. Yes. There's been things going on. The bleak light of the false stars. Surface rolling like a porridge pot, up with a roar of steam and flesh of fire. 3 widows swim in tentacles. And then we saw His Highness. There's a rather lot of this material. For report, Shepherd Isles. A poor report, Shepherd Isles. Something has happened, or so somebody claimed. You'll see what's what in that in a moment. For now, Tales of the Standing Stones. Sure as I stand here, they were sisters from the sisterhood over on Abbey Rock. Came here hunting a renegade who served the god called Stone. Ran her to ground here, and she called on the god. And the god struck them all to pillars of rock. Stand close and quiet, and you'll hear him weeping. Tale of terror, tale, and that's all for now. And pretty much anything you can do is based on that. Alright. There's a ship here. That's don't craft well. Thornware Croft, rather. Oh, look, it's Baby Pirate. We are in fog. Our shots are slower. It's fine. Come here, you. Get right on your ass and shoot ya. And scuttle. Bolts of fabric. Ah, spider silk. You can find spider silk in London, of course. There are troubles there with sorrow spider infestation, like anywhere underneath. But for the real quality, you need to go east, to the Connaught, or to the fame-bristling fastness of Saviour's Rocks. Bolts of spider silk, soft as silence. Yeah, fuck the spiders of the Saviour's Rock. Fuck sorrow spiders in particular. They're spiders. They're named sorrow spiders for one particular reason. For how the victim feels with when the sorrow spider steals their eyeball. Yes, sorrow spiders steal eyeballs and use them to breed more of them. Suffice to say, as an arachnophobe, they are like one of the worst possible nightmares of a spider concept ever. Ugh. Another for the Captain Whiskers, and we might as well solve another dilemma here, eh? A dilemma. Advocates stern measures. Terrible state of affairs, hairless advisor. Our young pups turn from our traditions to new and foreign ways. It feels like I got this one previously. I reached tolerance then. I have a 72% chance at severe. Ugh, out-of-gate start measures. I think I'll try to go for this one. I think it has a chance of rising my butt. 72% chance is a gambit. Ah, I failed. Damn it. Growing concern. The furry militia scours the town for other masks. They'll only find one nailed to the head of a dead guard. No witnesses come forward. Ah, damn it. I just lost stuff then. That's unfortunate. Damn, to get a repeat one of those. That's a bummer. There's like so many other potential ones to get, and I get a freaking repeat. Ugh. Well, let's start picking it out. It's like, those stats are important, and losing two kind of hurts in that regard. All I can really do is hope I can make up for it. Otherwise, might not be much to do about nothing. Boop. Need to take that. I didn't need to take the gambit, but I didn't want to reduce their might more. Right, scoop it up. More supplies. Nom nom nom. We have two. Where are we? Ah, we're right there. Okay. We'll zoom in a little bit so I have a better gauge on what's where. Yeah, we now have two barrels of former jellyfish. Delicious. Who knows? I sure don't know what jellyfish tastes like. I'm not sure I want to know what jellyfish tastes like. At least on a personal level. No one's free to tell me. No guarantees I'd ever try jellyfish myself, or if jellyfish is really even all that edible. Sure, there's people who've tried. Sure, there's people who've tried. Bad Steven Mercer is. Bad Steven, bad. Dare you cause an abyss in the underneath. Anyways, back to Fallen London to turn in port reports at the very minimum. Get our fuel topped off is definitely something we need. And then we need to head to Khan's Shadow. We'll also see what next the merchant venture wants. Could be something. If we're lucky, more Skintalak. I doubt we'll be that lucky in that regard, so probably something else. By my luck, it's like more sapphires. Like, ah, damn it. Messages from the Harbor Master. Another free evening. Our terror is not doing too badly. That's good. Where's the docks? London. The recruit. Let's see who we have. Ah. Engaged an officer. The Haunted Doctor. Please, I must leave this place. I can work my passage. I'm a doctor. Hearts and pages. Okay. Another officer to do a story for. Welcome aboard. Thank you. This is mine. It'll do very nicely. Excuse me, I'll just turn up the oil lamp a touch. I dislike the dark. Ernest learned prone to jump at loud noises. So compared to this doctor of ours, our current surgeon, plus 6 hearts, plus 6 irons, they of current are only 6 hearts, 3 pages. Speak to the doctor. He has soft voice, courteous. rarely makes eye contact, but often stares at other people's eyes from afar. We can chat about science, chat about politics, ask about his medical career, chat about science over a light dinner of sea trout and a bracket gruel, chat about politics over roast lizard and cabbage in the Kagana style, ask about his medical career. He looks up from a wounded sailor. No, I mustn't. No. I have no stories I would wish you would wish to hear, he says. Unless, would that be sea trout? One supply for each of these deals. Let's just chat about science. Like dinner of sea trout and a bracket gruel. The nature of nature. Sunlight is, in certain senses, quite literally, law. Without sunlight, the Earth would spin off into space, and the absence of sunlight down here means the absence of a dozen laws. Death operates unreliably, though more reliably on the Z, as you know. Geography is uncertain and shifting, and dreams. He had grown animated. Now he seems distracted. He apologizes and composes himself. It was a particular interest of mine, luminosity, the anatomy of the eye, the many liberations of night. Excuse me, this gruel is a little too rich for my taste. The gruel is too rich. So, he speaks. Our haunted doctor speaks some interesting concepts. Sunlight being law is, well, actually pretty on the mark. And it's the reason why, and is indeed why the Neath is very wonky. If you stick yourself to mostly fallen London, say like if as displayed by the Fallen London browser game that I've played a lot of, death while in Fallen London is kind of, it's not permanent. It's a minor setback, more or less. You get taken to the river, and then you'll come back. As long as you haven't been maimed too much, or succumb to certain deaths. On the Z, you're more likely to die. Die. And that's why the whole premise behind Sunless Sea makes it more roguelike, because when you die, you, well, will probably more likely die. Or worse. Get an intriguing snippet there. I think we need to do another one of these. Chat about politics over roast lizard and cabbage in the Kagane style. Freedoms. It's true, I fell in with restless elements. The usual reasons, of course. Watching the bazaar devour London, year by year. The antiquities of the rich and the pities of the poor. But more than that, I thought London needed darkness. Do you know what I mean? I know what you mean. Liberation of the night. I thought the city was safer in the dark. Do you understand me? I applied my arts to that end. If you do, I need say no more. And if you don't, I should say no more. Dined with the doctor. I can now invite him to drink. I need a casket of mushroom wine. Probably should have kept one of those. Oh well, it's fine. For now, we'll try to remember that. We need some mushroom wine for him. If we happen to pick some up. Submit port reports. Now, Shepherd Isles, you'll notice it gave a lot and some weird stories. You're given two options here. Submit as fact, it requires a veil checks. We do hear some particular tales of the place. Submit as unsubstantiated hearsay. We do hear some unlikely tales of that place. We'll do that for now. Friendly scoffing. I agree, it does seem implausible. So many of the stories from that place do. Still, there's a little gold of truth in the mud of rumor from time to time. Your payment, citizen. 10 echoes, favor, fuel. Abbey Rock. We categorize it as a military installation, you know, although that has occasioned some quite vigorous debate. Submitted, favor, 20 echoes, fuel. Then it's just 5 echoes for the canal. Picknote Isle. You've spent time in Mysiglia? Dear me, I am most terribly sorry. 50 echoes, favor, fuel. Ah, yes, my Iron Republic one. The joy of Iron Republic reports. To unlock, excuse me, I need to unlock this, and this, oops, and this. Could you place your report inside? Yes, I imagine someone will read it eventually. There's always someone. Yep. Something different this time than the last time we submitted one of these, it spontaneously combusted. This time, wait, this is blank. Yes, both sides. No, I assure you, no, I know, these things happen in the Republic. Consider this an ex gratia payment to cover your costs. Iron Republic's weird, man. You know, poor Carnelian, you know, I sometimes wonder whether that place was a good idea. I didn't say that. 30 echoes, fuel, and favor. I do have more hold space. Okay, I just want to make sure before I start submitting more. Yes, of course. We're generally quite well informed on that topic, but since you're here, perhaps you may as well let us know what your own impressions were. That morality official takes notes scrupulously, but with an expression of mild terror, like a novice vivisector wincing with a scalpel. The rest of the office studiously busy themselves with other tasks. 10 echoes, a fuel, and a favor. Quaker's Haven. Been gone that well, you say? A bit different now since science passed. 5 echoes. Favor remains same because you don't get repeat favors. But fuel. Fuel is good. We can go to the Venture's Desire, and we have his sapphires. That's blue. I will confess something to you. This is my least practical purchase, but I wanted something to remember the blue. Thank you. Cheap at the price, but there's something else. Gain 2 objective. We're now up to 7, a dream and a scheme. And 1,000 echoes. And now, ooh, okay. Now we have some interesting requests that aren't as straightforward to acquire. I guess technically. Okay, maybe not completely, but some of them are. Something intricate. Find them in buried treasure, broken museums, pirate cargoes, now and then the stomachs of monsters. Good luck. I need 7. Don't ask why. 1,500 echoes will answer all your questions. For 7 outlandish artifacts, 1,500 is pretty good. Something forlorn. But they are difficult to get, which is why the cost is so high on that. Something forlorn. You can find it in Irene or Dreams. I don't know which is easier to find. Actually, they sell it down at Wolfestack, but where's the romance in that? Or the profit? 700 echoes for 7 bales. So, he gives 700 echoes for 7 bales of parable and linen. You'll note you can bemusingly get them from down here. This is why he says, where's the profit in that? Each bale of parable and linen costs 120 a pop. To get 7, you're already 700 just at 7 alone. Then 20 by 7 is another 1,400. So you actually take a hit of, like, 140 or something like that, Echoes. Yeah. He is correct in that respect. There is no profit in that accord. And technically he gets it cheaper as well by that same amount for us sourcing it from elsewhere. So, those are options. I'm not buying them from Parable and things from here unless I really just wanted advanced lanes. But there's no rush at the moment for that. Alright, unfortunately not skin tonight. Alright, we have our bolts of spider soak. Actually can and should just sell that for gold 50. We don't need to be too huge into that. Let's see, we have our lodging. We can get the morning paper. Ah, excellent. Bonus supplies. Recent news. Spend some time with our family. And what do you know, we have... We don't want to get rid of that, of course, but we do have some memory of distant shores. Tell tales of far lands. There's something you saw far across the Black Ocean. Share it. Your child eyes grow round as pennies. They store up the memories as dream fuel. Much later, you find the scene you described scrawled on a foolscap sheet by a childish hand. You've lost one memory of distant shores. You now have 5 memoirs of Z fever. Will your child become a Z captain? Race is high enough, and you'll get a scion. So yep, we have 5 memoirs of that. As noted, I think it said we need 25, so... slowly but surely. What else do we have in our hold? We have that. We need to go to Con Shadow. Yeah, Con Shadow. Which means we need to stock up on fuel and supplies because this is a journey. This is definitely a journey. We'll go to an excess there. If it's from Mr. Sachs, hell's fucking no. You know, we could get rid of the skin slack. I still don't want to get rid of it quite yet, just in case. I know it's taking up space. It's unfortunate. It's fine. It's fine. We need to go to Con Shadow. Also mentioned going to... that you could get Parable and Liner in... Liner. No, we're not getting Liner at Ireme. We are getting Linen. And that... I think we're actually kind of close once we're in Con Shadow. Well, dodged by those two, but for the most part, yeah. So what we're definitely going to be doing at the moment is... we're heading straight for Demir Island, because our cannoneer wants to talk to the factor there. Bounce up to Con Shadow, then explore up into that corner of the map. We still have some secrets to find. So let us find them. Let us find them indeed. Off we slowly go in our slow-ass boat of slowiness. So it's like, obviously outlandish artifacts is probably the most potential for profit, but I don't actually recall a consistent way to get those. He kind of listed some things off, and as noted, it's a very eclectic list of ways to get it. Ways we're not exactly prepared for, so I'm gonna see what it takes to buy the Parable and Linen from up there. We need 7. Yes, it's always 7. That we shall see what it is. Irene can have some odd purchasings. Requirements that I'm not 100% certain of. I shall find out. Also find out where Irene is, because yeah. I don't actually know offhand where it is. It could be anywhere. What's the fun of this game? It's randomized. It could be anywhere. So we must sail the sea and find what we need. And hope we don't get mauled by giant crabs in the process. I've not seen that giant crab in this area this time. Which means we've been able to take a dark route on through. Which is pleasant. Very pleasant. Alright. River Island. Alright, we're very much stocked up on fuel and supplies because we have quite a trip ahead of us. With not exactly convenient ways. We know the Khan's horror is certainly right out. Might have burned a few bridges there too. I'm trying to get that damn port report. Ah, here we go. Oh, fuck's sake. Don't mind that. Hit like the smallest ass piece of land. Bonk. Oh. It happens. You know, the rock jumped out in front of me. All that jazz. Alright, 200 echoes for that. First things first. Port report. I think I can get away with some tea with the factor. Lose some terror, gain supply. And now, for 200 echoes, bargain with the factor for a secret. The irrepressible cannoneer is convinced that the factor knows more about a weapon. The company's terrible prototype. You will need a bribe. It's only fair. A shared and sword pass. Even with the bribe, the factor is reluctant to talk. It seems the cannoneer knew him in the old days. He's even more reluctant to have the cannoneer talk about the old days. Finally, he gives in. It was a place called Estival. Do you know it? It's a striking place. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. It's east, a long way east. We took it off all the maps. Not that maps last at Z, anyway. That's all I know. Now, shall we let the past lie where it fell? Travel to Estival, in the east. Well, that's exactly what we will do. Because we have to be heading east anyways. But first things first, Khan's shadow. If we're gonna head east, we might as well head east where we hit up as many of the things as we need to hit up. Also, east is dangerous. Be careful. We have to be careful in the east. Be very, very careful. It's a ship. I think it's the Ura-class one. Yep. Chaos-class corvette. Hello again. Nope. You missed! You missed. You fool. Here. Back here, you. Bonk. Can I do this without being hit? Probably not. Especially when they pull one on me like that. Nope. Nope. Back here, you. I have the power pirate stuff to do. Yaha! You're heading towards the reef there. What you're thinking in that course of action? I don't think you were. Oh, go slower. Oh, they missed again! They missed again! Excellent. Port side. Once again, you are the victor. Once again, the familiar dance. Words are no longer needed. The pirate poet bows her head, acknowledges your victory. Next time, though, a slight smile adds, do not expect her to go so easy on you. You've gained 400 echoes. Yeah, back to profit. And also 1 fuel and 1 supplies. Even better. And a barrel. It's a cask of wine. In the flaring light, it's dark, but the taste is the darkness of autumn. Mushroom wine. An acquired taste, perhaps. But once you've acquired it, who'd go back to grapes? Nasty little bubbles of goo grapes. I disagree, but that's because grapes are delicious. Cask of mushroom wine, finest output of the Grey Field Shroomyard. And the reason I was happy about seeing that, well... Guess who we needed to lube up with some wine here? Invite him to drink with you. The haunted doctor has kept to himself since dinner. Perhaps some wine will help him open up, huh? The art of poison. I let most of them slip away peacefully. A drop of laudanum still on their tongues. For that sopped my conscience, I am most ashamed of all. The wine flows as the haunted doctor talks candidly of his past, of his status that allowed him to the bedsides of many of London's most infamous, and the black medicine bag that carried the tools of both his trades. Doctor and anarchist poisoner. I was a fool, he adds, a child. Just a boy on a crusade, drinking in the rhetoric of the Calendar Council, thinking myself more than a mere poisoner. What I did, I do not regret. Would, though, that I had seen their true hearts before giving myself so freely to perdition. He wraps his leather eye patch. The sound is hollow, sickly. It is a disappointment I well deserved. The lady taught me that much, at least. No. Another time, perhaps. The hour grows late. I thank you for the company. The doctor may have more to say after you visit a place that touches his old interests. You've lost 1 cask of mushroom wine. You have wined the haunted doctor. Have an inkling of what haunts him. Intriguing snippet? Tale of terror. Yep, he, kind of talks about it. The Calendar Council. A group of anarchists and revolutionaries who most assuredly do not agree with the ways of the bazaar. Yeah, they have their various factions, some darker than others. But that be how they are. We'll stop by a port report because we're right the hell here. Boop. Boop. And a boop. We might explore Golfall at some point. Once we have the money. And the candles. Definitely need the candles. It's nice having the additional security of this little ship. Like, not obviously not a huge improvement over the other one, but in durability alone, it's like I've lost the same amount of health that I would have had to start off with. Chug, riding to Con Shadow. And boop. Con Shadow. Note, plunder the decommissioned remains of the Stone Turtle, an old research vessel, chained and boarded up at the Shadow's Rim. If the Khanate Zonar schematic survived, perhaps they're on board. You climb aboard. Your bosun supply... Your bosun applies bolt cutters to a chain, securing entry. Slipping inside, you close the door, muting the clamor of the shadow, and light lamps. The hole is well preserved. Down the hold are orderly piles of crates, boxes, and cabinets. Eventually, you uncover a detailed set of schematics that, despite the complexities of the cognate script, look like what you need. You cram them into your jacket. You've discovered fingerprints in the dust, and suspicious gaps in the runs of certain records. Has someone been here recently? Perhaps the cognate hasn't abandoned submarine research quite as absolutely as they claim. Return to Port Carnelian to complete your submarine research. There you go. Got that. You can also compile a court reports. Kniving, butchery, occasionally savage ritual murder. For things in the shop, sell that there. By Stygian ivory and creative human souls. Yay, souls! What was the cost of the fuel and such? Pricey. Ah! Well then, I see. You know you can buy some interesting stuff here. You can actually buy captivating treasures. At a net loss to what you sell them for, obviously. This is the thing that interests me, though. You can apparently buy outlandish artifacts here. I did not know this. He has a plan. He was offering 1,500 for 7, right? 15,700 for 100. 1,500 rather. At the moment, I have one of them, so I can easily change them in. So I'd only need to buy 6 of them. So 6 times 150 equals 900. I'd be getting 600 profit back. Okay then. That I think I'll hop on. Also sell our empty mirror catch box. We might as well sell it. I don't actually have a particular need or reason for it at the moment. Unless... Okay, maybe I do have an idea. Could sell for more. Either way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bit costly at the moment. But that changes my plans a bit. Duck down to polythreme. For that. Then head up that way. Do I? I think I might. What's my hold look like? 33, okay. Sure, okay. I'm... change of plans because of that. I'm gonna go down, pick up some claymen. Hop by Port Cecile. See about that shindig, and yeah, okay. Okay, that'll work. That will work. I better change the plans, but I didn't remember you being able to buy outlandish artifacts there. You probably could. It's just been a while since I've played this for every Accord. But the fact that you can do that is honestly very profitable in my case here. Profitable indeed. It's like 400 of what I just spent I had just gotten from the Poet Pirate 2, so yeah, that works out. I'll make one detour because these lily pads have been popping at the side of my screen this entire time, and this is a place. Might as well get a new port report. The Sea of Lilies. It is down there. We watch for fungal pads in the Sea of Lilies. There's a prison here, guarded by not oracles. Also, frog. Yeah, here is wisdom. It's like, we might as well record a new place on our map, and wisdom is a fair enough new place. We're still gonna explore things along here, and I think I might actually duck further east even, but we'll see. I'm keeping track of our fuel too. Need enough to get back, and I think I'm good for now. Wisdom. The prison walls are mercilessly steep. Nomad built this place as a prison for the Khanate. Now it answers only to its governor, and its governor answers to no one. Multiple things you can do here. You can hand over a prisoner. Oh no, we'll pay you, the uncourteous fellow says. We can always find a good use for another pair of hands. We get lonely, you know. Lonely. That's if you have a prisoner. Stranger's secret for a prisoner. Wisdom has many, many secrets. Far more than one might expect them to glean from the prisoners. But a certain scholar might identify secrets would tempt even the governor of the prison. It's a searing enigma and need 175 pages. This is unlikely to be profitable unless you have a specific someone specific in mind. Compile a port report. Watch the comings and goings. Not so many goings. Ships from the Khanate are most common, but you see Chelonate vessels, polythreme triremes, with chained and sulky unfinished men. Corsairs deposing of their miscreants, even one furtive irony skiff. The wardens pay them well for their prisoners. Prison Island, or the Not Oracle's larder. Yeah. Could ransom a prisoner for 3,000 echoes. Wisdom will release prisoners on payment of an eye-wateringly high redemption fee. Not entirely clear whether this constitutes bribery or a legal instance of Kagane mercy. Could also rescue a prisoner, scale the walls, enter through the outflow pipes, evade the guards, secure your rescuee without raising any alarms. Don't get eaten by giant toads. You only get one chance at this. It's unlikely to be profitable unless you have someone specific in mind. 20% veil check at the moment. No doom wisdom forewarned. That's if you fail this, and you need crew. We're not going to touch any of that moment because, yeah. We do have someone we do need to rescue from here, however. Eventually. But, honestly, there's no reason to hop onto that until you have, like, most everything else. Because otherwise, they're just going to be sitting in your boat waiting. And I don't mean in a non-intrusive way. I mean, the person you need to rescue from there for the tireless mechanic, they actually take up a cargo slot. And yeah. Let's see if direct east gets us something. Ah! There is this place. Not what I was gunning for, but there is this place. welcome to the Gant Pool. Or specifically where we're pulling into the Shellinates. You'll know that the previous place even was just talking about Shellinate vessels. Well, Shellinate, a shell as big as a wild dream. Waves that the shabby size of a vast turtle shell, bigger than any cathedral. Shellinates loaf on wooden docks around the shell side, staring solemnly. Lamps hang like decorations in a festive butcher's window. All around you, the sea is rank with scraps of ancient flesh. Opportunity from a Raylandin flesh merchant. Opportunity for the flesh. He slithers, drool pouring from between his rotten teeth. The gant's full, where the breathies die, living flesh. We sell it to the Turtherleaf. Fishermeath, big monies to make. Sample is said to be deep underwater, mostly by sailors who do not believe it truly exists. Requested meat from the Gant pool. We can't do that right now. So we need our boat to be a submarine. But, fancy flesh. Shore leave. Can't be sure your crew will make it back safely. They're not kidding. Compile a report. How does one express this very striking smell? The limits of meaningful expression. No matter what details you try to record, the stench creeps in around the edges of the sentences. The Shellinates, watchful despite the reek, movement among the miasmic scraps of long-abandoned monster carcass, frequent duels where the stink is thickest. Remains of a vast turtle shell, vicarious hunters, rotting flesh. Yep, that's pretty much this place in a nutshell. Someone is crying unusual wares. Follow the sound. Tales for the bone. Crying unusual wares. Bring them a tale. We need a hunting trophy. We have a and a Z story. Receive an outlandish artifact. So, that's a way to an outlandish artifact. Also, with the event deal, trade a hunting trophy for an outlandish artifact. So, that's another non-purchasey way to get them. We don't need that. Also, we don't have those anyways. So, yeah. As for their shop, you can sell caskets of sapphire for 99 apiece, which is a profit. By a little bit. Something out Nomad's heart. That was the mountain up there. Yeah. Oh, you can also buy Stygian ivory here. And sell shrieks. Yeah. Stygian ivory, this is a good place to buy it. It is used for some things. Nothing to worry about at the moment. Do we head up or do we head down? Something in the distance to the north. Unfortunately, underwater's not in our equation at the moment. That's fine. But where we'll need to be is right there. There's something lurking in the waters over there. Something. Over Tussler's channel. Oh, we gained a secret. Yay, secrets. We fed the crew. And yeah, let's just go up a little bit. I think I have the fuel for it. If I don't, I could... Yeah, I can hopefully get to Frostfound, pick up another one. In theory, we should be fine. If we go north, we can at least hop over to Mount Palmerston. And that has relatively cheap fuel, so yeah. North is our safest bet at the moment. Should be able to find something. Aha! Speaking of finding something, not the giant crab, which, by the way, we run the fuck away from. But here, we found a place we wanted to find. Estival. Estival's music. You'll notice, it's bright here. It is very bright here. Estival. Sun. A great beam of sunlight bathes the island. Squint into the dazzle. Far above, there's a hole in the roof. In that light, you see beaches of white gold sand, trees heavy with bright fruit, the reds and blues and greens of the surface. We need to be here. Is this really sunlight? Then open wide. Let it brim. This may increase your wounds. We're not doing that. Because we'll be heading back to London, and there's a thing with London and sunlight. Also, I don't have a buyer for it. We do want a port report. You'll notice that's unlocked with 5 supplies. 5 crew. Can earn your points. There. Seek the Iron and Misery Company prototype component. There, the black rocks on the south side of the island, where nothing grows. We'll need labor and supplies to get it out. So consume the supplies, but not the crew. You'll note you'll need 5 supplies, which would leave us with only 2. However, there's a thing we can do. That we should do. Gather supplies. What's our hold at? Perfectly fine. Okay. Always have to remember to check that. Don't want to dump things if you don't have to. Gather supplies. The jungle here bursts with life. That's unfortunate, but kind of what I expected, to be honest. Exotic delights. You fill your stores with breadfruit, sugarcane, coconut, soft-shelled crabs, and plump birds too stupid to know a hungry sailor from a tree. But on the way back to the ship, one of your crew topples over with a groan. She's smiling blissfully. Go on, Captain, she says. I've missed the sun. Her eyes close. Sunlight is perilous for those who've lived in the neath too long. Sunlight's dangerous for when you've been down to it. We've basically sacrificed a crew member for 8 supplies, which is a hell of a haul of supplies. We compile port reports, definitely. Right fast, the light scars. Actually, let's do this first, just so we are sure we have the crew. And now we're cashing in 5 of those supplies for that. It's a fair trade. Estival's secret. Days of backbreaking labor unearth a cache of old bones, curios, and a meteorite. A broken armature of steel and copper sheathes its sides. The sailors fall back before it as the glyphs on its side crawl with fire. This is it, the cannoneer cries. This must be what broke the roof. It's very frightening. A seal of the red science. I never thought I'd see such a thing, but it's sleeping. We'll need a judgment's egg, and my friends in the Iron Republic. We might be able to find an egg in Irene. The crew shrink back a little. Oh, such larks. Such larks. Take the seal and a judgment's egg to the Iron Republic, south of London. You now have a seal of the red science. A sky-scarred hunk of meteoric iron, the size of a wheelbarrow. Burning glyphs mark its flank. Lost 5 supplies, gained 5 terror, gained a secret, memory distant shores. Another outlandish artifact. 2 lamentable relics. Not expecting us to get a, memory. Compile a port report. Right fast, light scars. A burning after image. Your eyes water, the pages blur. The port is one of joy-filled complaint. Estival has a beauty too bright to be appreciated, but perhaps Admiralty can find something of use. The light dazzles and burns. Few can tolerate its strength. Investigate the ruins. There was some sort of installation here, and what looks like a handsome country house. Who is here? What happened to them? Redbird singing. A garden overgrown with berry bushes. A wooden trestle table set for a meal. Chairs strewn with bones. A half-dozen skeletons. Red-breasted bird perches on a grinning cranium. It cocks an eye at you and bursts into song, a liquid, thrilling sound. Seems unperturbed as you approach to poke through the bones. No signs of violence. No fire, no bullets, no bites. These people died peacefully, sitting down to breakfast as the surface sunlight spilled over them. Sunlight can kill at any time. The longer you remain here, the more danger you're in. So why did they stay? Perhaps they stayed because Estville is as beautiful as anywhere underneath, and 10 times as generous. It's a fine place for a colony. You could found your own pocket kingdom. If you could do something about the sun, but what? What has power over sunlight? What makes it impossible possible? To found a colony, bring something to Estville that can protect against sunlight. You found a hidden ambition. Colonize and improve Estiville to found your own kingdom. That locked ambition at the very beginning. This is it. This is it. There's still that option. It's fine. We don't want that liability. So yeah, we've lost one of our crew. We've gained a number of supplies, at least, in trade. And we've furthered his thing. We need a judgment's egg. It said we could find one in Irene. Let's see if we can find Irene. Usually in my course of runs beforehand, it's generally in this northeast corner. We'll see if it still is mustache. Mustache. Light off. Last thing I want to be killed of after getting this far is by goddamn mustache fish. Okay, turn the light back on. Let not our terror go up too high. We're at a point of crew where we're at like the bare minimum. You can have half your crew count and still function effectively. If I drop below, I can only go at half speed. That's why at least like one buffer, like in that case. Pumps of warmth from the air. This is the pillared sea where Irene will lie. Oh yeah, this is great. Part of Irene's scene. Strange puffs of warmth from the air behind the ice. This is the pillared sea where Irene will lie. Lies, has always lain. None, Irene. None have ever spoken truthfully of this place. Irene, the pillared city, she will rise from the sea and the ice like dawn. She will be garlanded with red and decked with gold. The seventh serpent will watch you lonely from its high pedestal. You will always arrive as a stranger, but when you leave, some part of you will always remain. Here's the House of the Amber Sky. Rest, traveler. Our waters are warm. Our cushions are petal soft. Lay your head here. You will be healed, or better yet, you will be renewed. Payment in coffee? Yes, please. Need a sack of coffee. They like their coffee. Compile a port report. You will record what you will have seen. A conundrum. When you will sit down to write the report, you will recall that it was written already. Who wrote it? The report records that it was already written when it was found. Who found it? The report describes another report, which will indicate the name of the finder. Where's the other report? There's a footnote which describes when you will record its location. When will that be? When all is well, and all manner of thing is well. Irene is... Get used to hearing literally past, present, and future tenses in everything. All at once. Has, it has, will be, is. You will have been there. Case in point, you will have been there. Not much else for options. I can trade a lamentable relic for 2 moves in the great game. You will break the ice on a wide pool. You will toss the relic in. But let's stop by here. Phantasmal Counter is a sell thing. Mountain Shirt is a sell thing. You can buy relics for secrets. You can buy an earth for a secret. Ooh, Watchful Curio. I think I actually need that. Ah! Here's the Judgment's Egg. 10 secrets. You know, there's a lot of those sort of deals. They trade in secrets. And oh boy, is this... Ah, it's fragments for bales of parable and linen here. I see, I see. Well, okay. Well, that doesn't matter. I'm going for the other one anyways, which is more profit for me. They like coffee. You can also trade in coffee for bales of parable and linen too. I need a Judgment's Egg. Yes, I need a Judgment's Egg. What was this specifically said? What else is there, by the way? You can buy fuel for costly bits. You can sell an element dawn or captivating treasure for fuel and supplies respectively. Not a good deal, those, I believe. That's over costly deals. You can buy strange catches, which is neat. One of the few places you can do. Sell a dread surmise. You can exchange story types if you so desire. You'll note this. You can buy a tale of 1 tale of terror for 2 memories of distant shore. A memory of distant shore for 2 vision of the surface. A vision of the surface for 2 Z stories, or a Z story for 2 tales of terror. You can buy an extraordinary implication for 333 echoes, or a secret for 999 echoes. Not exactly worth it there. That's some costly stuff. I mean, buying with secrets in general is a ways, because that's sacrificing stats, but I mean, I need both of these. A Watchful Curio and a Judgment's Egg. Alright, let's see. Can I specifically find out what he said he needed? Take the seal and a Judgment's Egg to the Iron Republic. Okay, so, yeah. How many secrets do I have at the moment? If I check my hold, I have... Okay, 18. Cool. I knew I was saving these for a reason. We will buy 1 Judgment's Egg. And we will buy the Watchful Curio. That occupies a hold slot. That does not. We need a Watchful Idol. I know how to get that. We shall do that. Yeah. Don't do it now, though. Bruh. That's a long drive. I have 8 fuel. No, we don't risk it. We go back and then around and then, yeah. Stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. The name of my poor fuel. Can I head up? Have it Horizon Chapel Lights. Sure, as long as Mount Nomad isn't in the way. Can hit up that. Port report. Go to Frostfound, pick up supplies. And a port report. Always port reports. It's free fuel. It's not only free fuel for, well, a little bit of time to get to your destinations, but it's fuel, a little bit of cash. It's worth it for port reports. It is worth it. Hello, Avid Horizon. Hello, Avid Horizon. There is but nothing. For now. It's pretty close to Irene. I have at times where the Avid Horizon is a lot closer, and it's convenient for starting runs. Very convenient for starting runs. Boop. Boop. Gather intelligence. The hell out of Dodge. We do that, we do that, we go. Alright, once we get to Frostbound, that's when we're gonna take a direct route to... Oh, I could buy more fuel on Mount Palmerston. Okay. Never mind. Mount Palmerston, I forget. Cheaper fuel. Should do so. It's a less risky option. Of course, speaking of a risk-taking, it's Mount Nomad. It's always a risk going near Chapel Lights. What do you know? I'm doing it anyways. Hello, well. Never trust wells. Never. Each Chapel's bounty, hell's a no. They're still asking for supplies. Trade 3 ailers for extraordinary implication. Find seasoning for their feasts. No. Port report. Hell out of Dodge. And 2 Frostbound. Yeah, I actually feel I'm... At this point, especially with the Judgment's Eggs, and trust me in what I'm doing here, because this is a very, very good... There's the Lifeberg investment. His quest gives something really good. And the fact that I am... The fact that I have the Judgment's Egg and I need to go there means I'm actually fairly close on the board on what I need to do for that. Gods, restless nights. In the watches of the night, you pad softly past the hatch of the crew quarters. A man cries out softly in his sleep, desperately. Another. I could inquire about their dreams the next morning. What do they see? A very chancy page's quality, or ignore them. Captain can't be seen to take these things seriously. Silence at the breakfast table. The crew is subdued as they take their meals, but all is quiet in the next watch. I've lost 1 terror. Yay. I believe the other one could potentially give you more terror. Especially when I have that bad of odds on getting it, so... Yeah. Yeah. Some careful does it, then. Careful does it indeed. Back to Frostbound. Which should give us a good... give us a fuel, a supply. Then we can bounce over to Mount Palmerston. Ah! The crawling stars again, eh? The lookout shouts. Far above, the false stars in the cavern roof are shifting. A rare and ominous event. Now what? We tossed this right before. Let's risk it again. Ah! The alarming pig. Pigs. One Zaylor sighs. It's always pigs. What's wrong with pigs? The bosun shakes a solemn head. Never ask about pigs at Z, he insists. You're unlucky. I gained 1 terror. It's fine. Worth it for the dialogue, to be honest. Pigs. It's always pigs. I have no need to visit the Khanate. We've been there. And boop. Frost found. Create a port report. Take tea. Reduce our terror by 10. Supplies. Fuel. You can enter Frost found. No. Just no. Alright. Mount Palmerston. Stock up on fuel. And then directly cut it to London. Just direct route. We might. No, we won't. Yeah. Direct route. Not losing more crew to there. To the guiders more, so we shall ignore that. We are just in desperate need of fuel, but my route for Mount Palmerston should ease up that concern. We're fine on supplies. We're in fact golden on supplies, especially with only 6 people. You'll notice now that I have 6 people just how slow the hunger ticks up. It's nice. It is very, very nice. Port Palmerston. I'm not gonna cash in on one of our deals because this isn't a great place for it. And there's you again. Not there. Shops. Fuel. All the fuel. And that's all we need then. You'll note, shop-wise, this place has... sometimes the Venture Mercher asks for soup. Now, Palmerston is the place where we'd get it. Dun, dun, dun. Yay, precious, precious fuel. Now, we keep an eye out for boats. You'll notice the difference in boat styles. The Republican ones we get we're around the Iron Republic are your more revolutionary styles, I believe, because that's the entire purpose behind that. These ones up here are the old... Yeah, those guys. Those guys that I do not want to see me. They're of... I believe they're of Hell's aristocrats, boat-wise. But that's just my guess based upon general location used, run into them and such. Pelicans are for the Iron Republic, that sort of colony of hell, and they're revolutionaries. And that's the exiled aristocracy. We shall go downwards, yeah. See if we can't fill in those boxes of our map while we're at it. Yeah. Hello, Jellyfloor. You can stay there. Too out of the way. I'm on a mission. A mission. Mission that will involve us and go to Polythream in a bit. For particular reasons. Shall do it once we reach it, huh? Speaking which, was there anything else I could cover there, or is that the only thing I have on mind? 4, 3, 6. Wakeful Idol. Hardshell Silver. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That's a Watchful Curio. Idol, yeah. Polythreme Porcino. I can basically turn that guy into, well, what's needed for that. I just needed to have said idol. And that's one of the ways to get it. There's another way, but that's more an RNG dice roll chance of things, so that was the guaranteed way of me getting that. That is fine with me. Oh, I know I'm going the wrong way, but the black box, man, the black box on my map. It must be filled. It has been filled. I can turn around now. And fill out the other black boxes on my map. Yeah. And just making my way through the snares. Tempting the fate of pirates. I zoom in the distance like the cranes of Wolfsack docks, but vaster, vaster. The Corsair's forest where the lookouts are watchful. Just bought myself for 1 health because I was too busy reading. And there's a pirate frigate. It's a slightly bigger frigate. It's not another carrot. It's not the pirate poet class though, but that makes it all the better, really. Because they're a bit less evasive than the pirate poet, although they don't have their things. Well, that's health too. Bonk. You there. Newton Scuttler. Sort of pirate frigate. Supplies and fuel. Barrel. More mushroom wine. Well, alright then. More mushroom wine. Ugh. Do we need that for somewhere? There's a future thing that needs it. I guess I might as well keep a hold on it for now. There's a future thing that I'll need that for. Although, I dread going there. It will indeed be needed. Hello, shark. How's it going, down, Sharkodoodle? Not great because you're a shark bound in iron? Yeah, I can get that. So, we're a bit lower on secrets now, but that's fine. We've gotten a good bit of business that we need there. Hello, Hunter's Keep. Do we have our recent news? We might, and in that case, I might as well stop by here. Boop. Light ship. Oh, we do have it. Excellent. Let's reduce our terror by down a bit. Again, it's the story. And now, to London. Because we're almost home. To quaint and beautiful London. Quaint. Quite foggy. Full of bats. But London, nonetheless. That's the least we can ask of it. To be our relatively safe port, and dog. I knew it! I knew it! Vindication! If I had filled up that mirror catch, they would have. They're right here goddamn well waiting for it. Hello, revenue men. I was saying. And what do you know? Let them do their worst. I have nothing to hide. I didn't fill up the damn box. Ah, vindication. Beautiful, beautiful vindication. It is sweet. And tastes like mushrooms because that's just about everything down here. Fungal overtones. Yeah, lodgings, the morning paper, or supplies. Excellent. It's your time with your family. Let's tell some more tales of faraway lands. We're up to 10 there. Our hold, it's relatively full. tires, we have outlandish artifacts. Something intricate. 1,500. A good bit of profit there. Oh, thank you, thank you. When I look at these, I want so much to travel again. There's only one journey left to me, I think. You, on the other hand. Ah. Well, okay then. Again, no Skintalak, unfortunately. Which means I'm just gonna sell my Skintalak here because I'm about to gain some more. Something romantic and approved? There's the stuff in the connect to these. I don't trade readily. There's a custom duty on those stories. Still, pay 1,000 echoes for the 7. 1,000 echoes for the 7. And the new one, which is offer you a much better price than you'll get in Wolfstack. Much better. 1,500 echoes for the lot. You'll find silk in Savior's Rocks, far to the east, or in the Connate, near the Z's Heart. 21 bolts of spider silk. You'll note it's 1,500 echoes for the lot for 21, which puts it right out that you don't want to buy it from here, because that just ain't profitable at all. Sell our Skintalak. Sure. I'm not gonna regret that. Hopefully. I mean, especially if I need 21 whole slots for that. Or 7 of books. The thing with the books is that I'd need access to them in the Connate. Which means doing shenanigans with the Connate. So, honestly, that's my better bet. Yeah, that's my better bet. 21 bolts of spider silk. Alright then. So, fortunately, we're probably going to be putting use to this deal because I need to find Savior's Rocks. I hate the idea that I need to find Savior's Rocks, but hey, I do. Spiders. We'll get to it when we get to it. There's a better, more immediate goal at the moment. First found. How's our hold? Holding out. 33 of 40. Okay. 7 more slots, and that is fine. Put my port reports. That one's not new, so we'll cash that in quickly. Island. And now we get to the new dialogues. Estival. I'd always wondered if it might be a myth. Some more meat. 50 echoes. Fuel. A favor. The Shellnite. Is it still as revolting as they say? What about the smell? I have plenty of reports about the smell. 50 of fuel and another favor. Wisdom. Brr. The oracles look hungry. They're probably always hungry. And then the fun one! Ireme. Oh, God. Oh, God. What tense is it written in? Oh, God. All of them. Look, just read it to my colleague here. He'll give you your fee. I'll be over there when you're done. Yeah. Welcome to Ireme. We are all the tenses. What tense is it written in? All of them. Oh, God. 20 echoes, a fuel, a favor. And we have surveyed Ireme. Excellent. We have 25 fuel. We are loaded on the... Oh, I didn't talk about that in Ireme. Whoops. Oh, well. Oh, well. That's fine. That's fine. Is this a soul? It's pale and bright. Souls like this, they say, are the spores of strange gods. Ooh. Anyways, we have 2 things we want to achieve right now. Buy supply. We want that guy. We want to deal with this guy, a sinister little squatting image, but its eyes are pleading. Watchful Curio. So we want that one, and we have our Judgment's Egg and our Seal of the Red Signs, so we need to go down to the Iron Republic as well. So, let's go! Iron Republic, that's like that's one of my laser-focused goals at the moment. I'm actually pretty close with the Irrepressible Cannoneer, and once I achieve that, good things. Good things. Okay, I did get my news. I did get that. Alright, alright. We are still golden. Mutton Island, sure. It is on the way. As it always is. This is Mutton Island. Hi, crab. Bonked us. The Fiend! We did suffer more damage out of that. I got a bit too close, but what's most important of that is I timed the hunger rates, and that is always good. We've been making solid progress this session. I'm happy with it. And I won't stop until I've achieved some goals. Parson, Six, Professor, Richard Monk, no. Get another port report. No, maybe we can get another secret from here. No, that's 30 for supplies, 20 for fuel. Poor deals there. Bet she's so close to London. Is it the hilltop? Ah, no secret this time, but different dialogue. Toasting the wind. You stand on a cliff top, looking over the little village. Smoke from the chimney of the Cock and Magpie drifts straight upwards. As you watch, smoke towns. Okay, that's the same. That nothing. The wind screams unexpectedly, like God cut in half. Okay, same dialogue, although this time we got a couple terror. We gained 7 fragments for a new total of 77. I hate how I have 37s there. And that's all. I got the port report, right? Yes, I did. Cool. As much as always, my lucky number has been 7. 7 is a common number in the Fallen London universe, and one with bad connotations. To put it mildly. Very, very mildly. Let's head straight up a bit. Have to cut down anyways. We'll cut down to the canal if we have the event. Otherwise, there's literally no reason. But if we can cash in something at port, then by all means. Canal isn't a bad place for that. It just doesn't have a very profitable port report. I checked it to see if there's anyone at dock. That's what I forgot to do. Dock checking. Hello there, Chillicler. You're kind of in my way. We are gonna need to deal with that. Bonk, 8 damage. Can't let it hit again. We won't. Do you like flowers? For how little health they have, they can do a surprising amount of damage. Scoop it. Put it in the pot. Oh, wait, sorry. We put bats in the pot. We put the jellyfish into barrels. Yeah. So yeah, if you're to ever live in Lenith, A, Godspeed. B, you better get used to eating some very, very, very different things. To put it mildly. Oh, wait. Hello, you lot. Unfinished revolutionaries. The unfinished being playmen who are not quite complete. Luckily for me, they seem stuck in the whirlpool. Not gonna aggro them because they're still swishing around enough that they could about face and attack me. I think they in fact have an aft gun too. It's based on based upon their deals, but it's funny they're stuck in the whirlwind at the moment. Like, hello, enjoy your maelstrom. I think they just broke out of it, but they're stuck in it for a moment there. Hello, hell. Doc? We're here once more. Seek a Tithern artificer's help to awaken the seal. I know people here, the cannoneer confides. From the old days. Perhaps we shouldn't talk about the old days. Not the first time that's come up. We'll do it. An awakening. The cannoneer and the artificer place the judgment's egg on the seal and apply their instruments. The light in the artificer's chamber glows dim. This, then, is what it sounds like when a soul screams. When they're done, the egg lies in shards, and the seal looks little different, but there's a watchfulness about it. The artificer shakes the cannoneer's hand. I've missed working with you, she says. I've missed it so much. The cannoneer grins that grin. Nearly done. We can mount it on the bridge, if you like, but we'll need a housing if we want to use it further. It'll have to be heart metal. I knew a man long ago, but I hear he went to Station 3. Swam there, the story says. If you can get us in the run of Station 3, I can get you to see him. No, I don't know where Station 3 is. It's a secret. We now have a searing enigma. Ooh. Mysteries are fire. Truth burns. We have an awakened seal of the red science. A sky-scarred hunk of meteoric iron, the size of a wheelbarrow. Burning this mark its links. A star spore lives in it. It's watching you. Are you sure you know what you're doing with this thing? Yeah, actually, I do. Oh gods, do I risk another port report here? The answer is why the fuck not. Pages remains unchanged. Port report. Fact and fiction. To record the event, it's like trying to sing wax or believe water. You do what you can. Third paragraph, Bud's eyes. The date is fundamentally wrong. The full stops bite. You do what you can. Tale of terror. Memory of distant shores. And no changes to my pages, thank goodness. Alright, so you'll know, we now have an awakened seal of the red science. We can, as they said, put it on our bridge. It gives us 3 mirrors, 3 iron. Which most people think, hey, that seems pretty alright. You can get better than this. Which is saying something, better than 3 stats. But we can get better. And we are looking for that right now. No, we don't need fuel. We don't need to get more fuel. We're loaded with fuel. Alright, so we need to find Station 3. Now, that's gonna be an interesting guess. It's... my initial predictions, the salt lines are right there. Shepherd Isles and Abbey Rock is right here. I'm thinking it's going to be, and this is a bit of a huge range, but it's likely to be somewhere in this vicinity, based upon how I usually feel things go. Maybe, yeah, somewhere around there to down there. Don't think around the other shroom, but I do think otherwise, yeah. I do think so. And I do want to find here, because it's also what I'll need my hello, red. We are lights out. We are lights out. We are lights out. No, no, you piss. Yes, yes, piss off, both of you. Remember I was talking about threading the needle? Yeah, yeah, threading the needle. We're gaining terror like all hell, but we have threaded the needle. Get the hell out of here. Ooh, let us get out. Fine, I might as well pick up the port report here. Because we're here. Sure, that's fine, and then we'll go up. We'll see if we can't find Station 3. We want to find Station 3. The other shroom. Gather intelligence. Port. Oh no. The villagers live a shabby but sufficient life. The other shroom provides their secret texture incurious. Ships rarely visit. A gaggle of Blemingans, purple tentacled fungus things, follows you down the road to your ship, whistling cheerfully. Blemingans are vicious little monsters, usually. But the ones on the other shroom seem friendly. If they trouble you, you could probably throw them overboard. You now have 3 docile Blemingan. Docile Blemingan, it has claws. It has a fierce double beak. But just now, it seems disinclined to use them. Alright, so we got the rare version of our port event, which gave us Blemingans. Say hello to Blemingans. They're, yeah. Yeah, they're a thing, alright. Propagation. A note that says propagation. That's a thing you can do. I'll have to remember where the better places are for those, so I'll just keep them on board for the time being, but yeah. And basically, you can propagate them, and there's a good reason to do so for our little vendor bite mission, but there are some places you should put them, and some places you shouldn't put them. And some places where you just can't put them. Suffice to say, I'll have to look up the list when I get about it, but yeah. It's a line. It's a thing. Aha! Bingo! Station 3. Hello, Station 3. Been looking for you. And boop. Station 3. We may infer Station 1 and a Station 2. We may conjecture a Station 4. Station 3. Machinery hums behind high steel walls. Up the hill, there are visible outlines of warehouses and a building with a spire, but the lamps are low where they burn at all. Your ship, the only one in harbor. Fellow D33D, thank you for the follow. It's appreciated. Welcome and hello. I hope all's going well for you this fine evening. I am, well, playing Sunless Sea. I have a mission. Oh, you found me on YouTube. Oh, well then. Hello, welcome. And yes, I do plan to upload these as well. I try to make sure all my VODs go up on YouTube. If not for people finding, which apparently you found me, which hey, hello. Nothing else for the standing of archival purposes. That's where they are. But yeah, hello, welcome. Glad. Interesting to see you found me there. That's kind of neat. Yes, hello. Yes, I do have the DLC Submariner, and I'm actually almost in pretty much almost in position to actually get the submarine. So yeah, I do have that, and I will get that. I will pop down back of the port to finish that off. I've been getting distracted, as is per very easy to do in this game. Get focused on a mission. Yep, I do have the Submariner. Number one for you. Nice, nice. So I assume you've played it before then, based upon that. I have as well. I've also played through Sunless Skies and even the browser Fallen London, so I'm definitely immersed in this entire universe and lore, and it's pretty solid. It's a fun game as is, but all the lore and everything of its lore and background and stories and such in all its forms is pretty impressively done. So yeah, glad to see some more fellow fans of that. You're the second one who I've run into this stream that has also played through this stuff. Played in the early stages. Not as good. Kind of fair enough. It's definitely very different. Although I will say I think it, and this is changes since I've last played it too. But they've apparently made a lot of changes since even I've played it last. So I'm probably gonna give it a shot after Sunless Sea and see what like a lot of the changes did with that game, because yeah, it's definitely very different gameplay style-wise, that's for sure. I can understand people being rubbed a bit differently on that, because, yeah, it plays very differently. Although, it still has the solid lore and mysteries, at least, but yeah, definitely faster paced in a relative sense, because, yeah, you're definitely the combat's certainly very different. But yeah, I can get that. I still enjoy it, but it's definitely very different. Oh yeah, Fallen London definitely story-wise is definitely more closely in line to that, and that's probably definitely because, well, it's still Fallen London. It's still the same general verse as all of this, which is also why I'm very much looking forward to Mask of the Rose, because even though it's going to be very different in being a visual novel, it's still your Fallen London setting here down beneath. Just very soon after falling into the neath. Which should be interesting to see. I'm very much looking forward to Mask of the Rose for that purpose alone. Yeah, always good to run into fellow fans. Wish in Sun Skies there was an up and down, but more of an open world. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. It's certainly a bit more crowded on the maps, because unlike say here, where you have like just kind of this open Z that you're just traversing around, you're definitely a bit more in corridors when it's in that perspective. Not 2D, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that'd be a way of expanding on it a bit more. It would definitely make sense with the whole space train deal. Yeah, in this you can dive. You couldn't always dive, but with Submariner you can. Yeah, definitely gives you that. And in theory, yeah, you're right. You definitely you could in theory have opened up a bit more of a 3D traversal aspect in Sunless Skies, just because, well, just the entire setting should facilitate that well enough, but it very much sticks you to a 2D corridor-esque thing. So yeah, that is definitely fair. Where am I at story-wise? This is my second session of this, so I'm still pretty early in. I still have the Corvette as the boat, and I'm just kind of trying to bump my way up towards kind of unlocking things. So I'm still fairly early on in this session, still trying to kind of get that power to be able to push things forward a bit, which is why I was glad to find Station 3, because I'm very close with the Irrepressible Cannoneer story to finish that, which, well, which means gun. Which means very, very good gun. So, I'm early on, very low boat. As I can see, it's like, I have the Corvette, at the moment. I still have basic gun, basic engines, just trying to work up my money. Yeah, I need a lot more of everything, but I definitely need more pages. You are not wrong there. I need more. I need more pages. It's like, it'll be one of my goals at some point, but for now, it's like, I got laser focused on gun. Because, well, surviving is gonna be nice. But yeah, I'm with that. I've been working through some of the things. I definitely still have all the Submariner stuff still to do. I've got a few things in the principles still to do. I'm hoping to get some of that out of the way. But yeah, I'm making decent progress. I shall continue to do so. Train your telescope on shore. Might be best to get a look from a distance. Not putting a blemish in here, not at the moment at least. Church or something else. You stand on the high points of your ship and look to shore. There's a steeple building on the horizon, by far the largest thing in sight. No cross marks the top of it, nor any other symbol you recognize. Port report, Station 3, on the very edge of London's influence, curious matters are conducted. Alright, and we conveniently have the thing we need for this. Deliver a lawn box. The only way past the walls is an unimposing but sturdy-looking triple-locked gate, silvery metal. A sign beside it reads, Deliveries. The gate stands open. You'll need a lawn box to enter Station 3 and explore further, which we have one. Deliver lawn box. The only way past the walls is an unimposing but sturdy-looking triple... Oh, wait. No, that's the same thing. Okay, never mind. Deliveries. There are no steve doors, however, and no wagons waiting to help with the heavy cargo. There's only a sign which reads, Deliveries, and a painted hand which points insolently up a rock-cut staircase. Make a delivery. There's cargo in the hold marked for this destination. A long, heavy box. It'll be fun getting up the stairs, no doubt. It's not. Up a twisting staircase. There's a great deal of grumbling from the crew. The stairs are sharp-edged and wet. The box is heavy and its contents inclined to shift. After a few slips and a bad bruise to the shin, you resort to placing crew members along the stairs and handing the box along. There's a warehouse at the top of the stairs, but it is not, apparently, your destination. Another sign points along the narrow path towards the delivery with the spire. Deliveries, it says. More aggressively this time. Someone in the spired building is singing. The song sets your teeth on edge. You have At the top of the stairs, you have a long, heavy box, a winding path ahead that runs perhaps a quarter mile through the mist, a crew that is beginning to mutter about having to do landlubber work. There's a warehouse just to your right, but the sign says deliveries are to be taken onward. Says it rather emphatically, as a matter of fact. We're not breaking into the building, but we will carry the box onto the building with the spire. Going the extra distance, it might mean you can charge more for your efforts. 94% chance. If I fail this, I'm gonna be upset. Okay, good, I succeeded. A grudging reward. The path is slippery and lined with mushrooms. You and the crew have to stop 7 or 8 times to set down the boxes and blow on your hands. The closer you get, the less the building with the spire looks like a church. The walls are soot-blackened and made of brick. There are no windows, only narrow vents up near the roof. From these, a low singing can be heard, a song so cheerful that your crew look at one another and frown. It is the song of someone keeping the monsters at bay. At last, you are close enough to bang on the door. An austere acolyte answers it. She is dressed in black from head to foot. Her gloves are thick leather and her goggles are double glass. Leave the boxes at the door, she says to you. Then she turns back towards the building, singing her song. Something about candied kittens and flaming violets and the coming of spring. Judging by the rhyme, she's inventing the words as she goes along. You stop her and explain that you expect your extra work to be rewarded. She makes a grudging gesture, but complies. 100 fragments? 5 earning the acolyte favors. And succeeding on an irons check. And a lot more dialogue. Under the steeple, the austere acolyte directs the arrangement of the long box in the room under the steeple. There are many other boxes there already, stacked in rows. 3 or 4 times as many as you have brought. In another corner of the room is a pile of wood from previous boxes, already emptied and dismantled. Singing to herself about a mountain upholstered in velvet, she takes a crowbar to the box. The corpse inside is permanently dead, in a way that the dead of London often are not. Not a drowning, not a tomb colonist, but not coming back either. Looks pale and ordinary, except for the slight distension of the skin over the breastplate. Gently the acolyte presses there and nods, singing about tulips embroidered with yellow floss. She lifts the body onto a marble slab. Without pause in her lyrics, she prepares a scalpel. Your presence does not seem to bother her. Can watch, we can don't watch. Watch with medical interest. Whatever she's about to do, it's sure to be anatomically informative. 40%, 1% chance. I'll give it a shot. Metal in metal. The austere acolyte extracts, deftly and with very little blood, a heart-sized sphere of silver-gray metal. Despite your keenest observation, you cannot work out how this sphere grew there or what it is for. With a giant nutcracker, she cracks the sphere and another sphere inside that, and another. Finally, in the center, she comes to something heavy, small, and black. She lifts it out with the tongs and looks at it through her goggles. The song falters, but she manages to keep humming though the words are lost. She puts the black and heavy thing into a jar, marked with a word of the correspondence. She closes the jar and seals it with red wax. Finally, when the corpse is removed again, and the marble slab wiped clean, she comes to pay you. Thank you, she says. Return another day. I may have something else for you. I failed the check, but I still got a secret. And 2 favor. And lost my box. But that is fine. That is what the box was for. Meeting the heart metal smith. I don't know where he is. Can we ask directions? Ask directions. A clay man directs you with a minimum of enthusiasm and even fewer words. Easy to overlook. The smithy is a long, low building that you missed on your first survey of the island. The smith is a quiet man with a pinched face who works entirely in heart metal. The cannoneer greets him with a yell of delight. The smith winces, puts down his hammer, pinches the bridge of his nose. "It's you," he says. "Two of you." Twisting your story. You are now Station 3, acquainted with the heart metal smith. With austere smith, your work for the austere acolyte has introduced you to others on the island. Ah, that's what I'm missing. I need dice. Oh, I need dice. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back to... I think it's Mount Palmerston that I devised. Did Khan's Shadow have dice? Maybe. Either way... 3 Devil Bone dice. Okay. We need dice. We're getting dice. Lines there. If they're not at there's nothing at Khan's Shadow, we are going to Mount Palmerston. Okay. We have a plan. Heading to it. We need this. We need this. We are damn close, and we are getting this tonight. Slowly as my small little boat will take me. Okay. Go up here. Demure Island will give me a supply. We'll cash that in. Yeah. Then I guess whether we have to go there or there, hopefully it's just there, but then we can go down to Polythreme, hit up Port Cecil with the idol, and then we can hightail it back here. We need to go to Palmerston. Still same general deal, just a little bit longer. Oh, I can't wait to get this. So close, and then I'll have it. Even if I die a horrible, horrible death, I'll have this. Part of my headphones. Plastic on my headphones sometimes pops out. I'm just glad I see it before I, like, accidentally... Oh, hi there. Hello there, you. You swimming money, you. One of the few things I will detour for. Fighting the pirate poet. There. No, you don't. Honk. Alright, 5 damage is fine. Oh, it's not fine, but... deal with it. Fire poet, be less spastic. She won't be less spastic. That's not their thing. Although you can keep launching flares at me, that's perfectly fine. There's another pirate ship there. Yep. Ah, damn it. 4. Escape the wreckage. Once again. Familiar dance. Fuel, supplies, 100 echoes. And what do we have here? Ah! A filthy scrap of paper, creased and grimy. It's a page from a journal. Until the 6th candle was extinguished, now we all watched the flame as it stood up, as it were on tiptoe, taller and bluer each heartbeat. Its light grew brighter in the moments before it failed, so that I saw the faces of all my companions, drawn in white as if we were already dead. Then the candle flame drew itself up like a dancer and was extinguished. Dark fell upon us all, like a wave, and I heard the hatchlings uncoil. You're getting a tale of terror. Yeah, that's definitely a tale of terror. You're a baby pirate ship. You poor soul. I have no regrets. Scuttle, Cachet. Excellent, more fuel. Up we go. I will say, and it's a fun note once you kind of know the lore, especially with Fallen London, but definitely because Sunless Sea was my first game, and then I got into Fallen London after the fact. It only took me to realize that after the fact that, yeah, all your stats, they're just the name of masters of the bazaar. and it's a cool little touch there. T for some more supplies. No, I didn't want that tutorial. Port report. Yeah. Let me get in, no, not right now at least. I need to research the Blemigans again. I didn't even expect to have Blemigans. Alright, Con Shadow first. If that has dice, and I need 3 of them, then that'll shorten up my journey by a fair bit. That'll be good. That'll be very, very, very good. She's hearts, he's iron, they're hearts. You were veils. I think you were mirrors, yes. I'm trying to remember if I actually had an officer that increased pages yet, or if I don't. I think you were mirrors, yep. You were veils. You are hearts. So, yeah, no. That explains why I haven't invested more in pages yet. I don't have someone to do that yet. Tiny breeze stirs your hair and dies. We'll stop by Godfall. Try not to get distracted again. I'm almost towards that halfway mark on my hole, and that's a dangerous point. Of shouting, fall. See if we can't skirt by you. Skirt by you. No, you see nothing. Shoot. You see nothing. Nothing at all. Okay. Probably safe to turn our light back on again. Hopefully run into no Khanate vessels. I think I'm already on bad enough terms with Khanate as is. Do you have Devilborn dice, or were you just a place to sell Devilborn dice? We're about to find out. Boop. Compile a port report. Shops. Yeah, you sell them. Right. But of course, it's never that easy. Alright, so yeah, we go with backup plan. Go up this way to Mount Palmerston, and then back down. And hope there's not too many Khanate vessels patrolling onto this side of their city. Hopefully. Although I'm expecting it, I'm ready to turn off my lights in an instant. Yeah, that's what I had a feeling of. It's like, at least stopping by Con Shadow proved why it was in my head, and that's like, ah, yeah, because that was a sell place for the dice. Otherwise, it's to our hell aristocrats in exile. least we can stop by Frostfang for terror reduction and supplies and fuel. And cover the little map. Shockingly, no Khanate vessels on this side of the Khanate. I'm not about to complain about that in the slightest bit, but it's helpfully convenient, even though it's surprising. Here's Frosthound. I have to go into there at some point. Not now. Frost found. Take T to get our terror down. Port and out of Palmerston, which is luckily just over here. Kind of stocked up on my fuel while I'm there too. It's an echo cheaper. Echo cheaper or something. I can't wait to get faster. It's like generally it's like I go so slow in these early ones because I don't tend to upgrade much, but I usually plan on getting a better engine, at least. Well, definitely when I gun for the merchant ship. The merchant ship needs a bigger engine. I usually factor that into my price when I get to the merchant ship. Price for that and that. Alright, Mount Palmerston. I need your dice. 1, 2, 3. Luckily, not too expensive. 8. How many supplies do we have? 9. About to go through 1, so we'll go with that. And now back the way we came from. Oh, wait. I should grab a port report while I'm here. Because it's useful. Oop. Alright, folks. Forgot to grab my port report. Thankfully, I have a Syrian Enigma. You get one from the previous step, and that is nice. It's actually incredibly generous of the game to give you a Syrian Enigma. You just better hope you don't spend it on something else. Otherwise, you're gonna feel really, really silly. And the relic I have... Yeah, there's my seal. Back here, produce more terror. Oh, you spend the first time. Oh no. It's one of those, it's understandable because it's like, ooh, it gave me a really rare thing. That's a neat, that's a cool reward. I guess I'll do something with it. Not realizing, obviously, with forward knowledge that, yeah, then they just ask for it back on the next step. Then you have to scramble around trying to figure out how the bloody hells to get a Syrian Enigma the second time around. Hello. I'm back to take tea and grab more stuff. Then leave again. Actually, cutting through the Khanate will probably... Yeah, cutting through the Khanate will give me less chances of running into a ship. Excuse me, I'm using your city as a detour. Mind it not. Really, don't mind me. Don't mind me. I don't think I've ever been as far as to have over 1 million echoes, but yeah, Syrian Enigmas definitely take effort no matter what. Dread Surmise is in a similar vein. I've actually forgotten at the moment how you get Dread Surmises, but I don't think those are necessarily easy to get either. For the obvious reasons. I think I know one way to get Dreadful Surmises might be like 7 Syrian Enigmas or something like that, but obviously then that just swings back full circle into needing Syrian Enigmas. Alright, so stop by Polythreme first. Oh, right, the mangroves. Oh yeah, the mangroves. I don't think I've delved into the mangroves too much. It'll probably be something I hit up since I'm streaming it anyway, so I wanted to try out some things I generally don't do, but yeah, you definitely need the crew part because you'll choose your crew. I think it might be similar to Godfall in that respect, in that just candles and crew. Mirrors and veils make sense as well. Yeah, I need to get all my stats up. Pages is something I really need to get up, but I don't have a reliable means of doing that at the moment. Over 150, yeah. I will say, and I will give Skies definitely credit for this. It is a little bit easier to parse having lower stat requirements. C's definitely can go very high in its stats, and you need it high for certain things. Just like, I mean, it's simple enough because secrets. If you have the officers and you have the secrets, you can boost things up semi-reliably to a point. Although after that point, yeah. Hey, Polythreme. Intelligence. And Watchful Curia. An audience with the king with the 100 hearts. The clay broker, leaning on his copper staff, examines you coolly. The king will see your little friend, he says. No, he won't see you. Not just now. He gestures to you to hand him the Watchful Curia. That night, the hill of Polythreme quakes. The words on the walls uncurl themselves. The birth cries are everywhere heard, as claymans sit up, opening in curious eyes, awaiting their tithing to London. The clay broker waits on the quayside. On the flat palm of his brown hand, the Watchful Curia squats, but it has changed. In regards to stone, is all he says. Lost the Watchful Curia, now have the wakeful idol. Its eyes glimmer with awareness. Its melancholy has dissipated. Now you sense anticipation. How's my hole looking? Okay, I can get some claiming. Claiming for some money. It's like the two deals I know of for early gaming. Yeah, the ones I know consistently of, other than just the little bits you can do with vendor bites, is there's the salt lions. Salt lions are technically one good way, I believe. There's if I guess that might be a little bit closer to mid game, but there's technically the coffee grind on the surface as well. Ports of Seal honestly has some pretty good stuff as well. Yes, technically you can also try smuggling the honey service and run cargo. Yeah, I think Yeah, that's one I think is also combined with the coffee one for as long as the coffee lasts, at least. Yeah, full crew, definitely need a little bit in the way of having a crew count. At least what I'm always skirting the line because of the supplies, but definitely if you're on the surface, you want crew and crew to run that cargo because you can easily lose crew up there. Unsurprisingly, it is bright after all. Port seal. First off, port report. Second of all, temp fade on this Skintalak. How's my cargo? 6. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, no, wait. That's right. Okay, we're going in here first. Yeah, salt and coffee runs out. The cargo definitely, it stays. You just have to make sure you don't... You just have to make sure you have the crew to support it. Suffice to say, that's your resource there, your crew count. Give the principals a wakeful idol. Might have to dump some things because I forgot I was turning this in. That might be the claimant. That gorgeous... Give the principals a wakeful idol. That gorgeous little spark. A counterweight I will devolve, and my air emissary must end with me. To satisfy the chain, we must have an ascension. This little fellow will rise as I descend. Perhaps you can take her with you. Yeah, I figured. Oh, right. Get the big ship. Yeah. Here, your Skintalak, another seeker? I have so few remaining. Will you despoil me further? You will? No, I am tired. No seeker for you today. If you press me, I will sulk. I am old. I want to be less than I am. I want to be only coral. Call that a secret, if you must. That's... All right, cool. And thank you for stopping by. I appreciate. Always fun to chat with people who know the series as well. So thank you for the follow. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a lovely evening. Take care. Okay, we'll get rid of the Blemigans. Didn't want you Blemigans on board anyways. Yep, cheers. Hope to see you. Stop by some other time. Fragments. 7 Skintalak. I'm done here. I saw temp fade on here again. Failed, which is fine. That gives me 1 Skintalak, 2 terror. And okay. Let's go back to Station 3. Get myself a gun. We are so close to it. Really hope I haven't accidentally forgotten something, but shouldn't have. Should be fine. Right, if I duck down there, yeah, that's just about as direct route as we're gonna get. Then we'll probably meander our way back to London. Good old safe London. Hi. You see nothing. Nothing. Ding. Anyway. have to turn our light back on. Our terror doesn't go up too much. The other end of the other salt line. Oh, okay. Yeah. Little anchor marks where there's nothing that seems to be. That's just me ahead of time, basically figuring out where underwater ports are going to be. Because they just kind of show up on your map automatically, which is handy enough. There's a crab up there. I don't think it saw me. We're in fog anyways. Okay, yeah, we're good, we're good. Direct route back to Station 3. Our cargo hold is full. Yeah, be ditching it. Ditching the dice soon, at least. For our weapon. Oh, Station 3. Giant ass circle and a back. There we have it. Ask the smith to construct an assembly housing for the cannoneer's weapon. Why is the smith so willing to help? Just how many outstanding favors are owed? The cannoneer shrugs the question off, smiling. I made a lot of bombs back in the day. A lot of bombs. For a lot of people who don't like me to talk about it. I think that's why the university threw me out. I never dared go back and ask, though. Oh, you. He needed one lamentable relic. We thankfully got 2 from a different deal. Searing Enigma. Our 3 Devilborn dice. Our Awakened Seal of the Red Science. Our Cannoneer, our deal. Our acquaintance with the smith. A shining horror. For 7 days the smith works. Only the cannoneer is permitted within. Your sailors place bets on whether they'll blow themselves up, and whether the explosion will eradicate Station 3 as well. There are no explosions. At last the cannoneer opens the smithy door, grinning, a tired but dazzling grin. He gestures to the seal. The armature that now constrains it is meshed with silvery heart metal. The glyphs flicker frantically, like trapped insects. The weapon emits a constant, low, barely audible growl. The air in the room is stiflingly hot. Behold, the cannoneer says, the memento mori. The grin dissipates. It's finished. I'm not sure what to do now. Mount the memento mori on your ship, or sell it to one of the warlike Z nations. Some will give you better prices than others. You may tilt the balance of power on the Z. You can do that. You can just tilt the relative standing power of some of the major powers underneath. But why the hell would you do that? You are given a big-ass gun. And you damn well better use the thing, because it is worth it. The cannoneer has completed his masterwork. You have lost 1 awakened seal of the red science. You now have 1 memento mori. Omnia mors permits e noli miseratur. Lost our Devilborn dice, our Searing Enigma, and 1 of our relics. For what is undeniably one of the best guns in the game. Memento mori. Plus, it is a forward weapon, I'll note. You need a forward slot for it. So, take that for as you will. It gives you +6 irons, +3 mirrors on a frickin' weapon. It's giving you stats already. And then, there's its damage. You'll note, our base little dinky gun, the one we started off with, it deals 16 to 22 hull damage, 16 to 22 life damage, 1 crew damage, and 0 stagger amount. This, the Memento Mori, 30 to 40 hull damage, 37 to 49 life damage, 4 crew damage. So if an opponent's hull is below 50%, it kills 4 crew with each blow. And it has 2 stagger amounts, so 2 seconds knocked off your opponent's firing solutions for each hit. It is a gun. Oh, it is a gun. And it is a beautiful gun. We now also have both a deck and a forward weapon. You'll note that not every ship has a forward gun slot, so that's something that one has to keep in mind. Oh wait, was there something I could do here? Hold up, Station 3. Was there something I could do with my import deal? But it is definitely a very, very solid gun, used in combination with your various deals and the like. Guard the yard. Deliveries to the smith. A novel present. A present. If you're willing to be made to fetch and carry now, you can also guard the yard. That's for... Wait, here is Blit. Here. Is there anything smith? You can try to get to know him. Inside the gate. You can deliver more lawn boxes to her. You can also, and this is something we need to do for the principals, so we will need another Soothing Cooper lawn box at some point. We'll have to get our hands on one. You can exchange a heart box for a heart metal ingot, and that's what the principal needs. What use is a heart metal to you? But then, what use is a lawn box? Perhaps you imagine the whisper at shoulder. What use indeed is a heart? When you turn, there's only the ragged flirting of the wind. But for now, we need another box for that, so we'll need to keep our eyes on that. You have one. Can't do that one for some reason. That's fine, I suppose. We can get to know this smith a little more. The rooms run back into the rock of the island, chamber after chamber of long-barreled machinery. Ask the smith about life on the island. He doubtless has his own perspective. A disinclination to talk. He tells you that folk here keep to themselves. He says he doesn't go up to the building with the steeple, and the acolytes hardly ever come down here. Sounds like a solitary sort of life. He claims he prefers it that way. When he turns back to his work, you see the chain of heart metal links he wears around his neck, and the closed locket that hangs from it. We now know him a little bit more. We've gained some fragments. And anything else we need, the event, we need something at port. We do want this, though. Do want a heart metal ingot at some point. Just for the nature of the principles. But we need another long box for that. So, add that to the list of everything we need. Although, ooh, we might have found something to test this on. Hello there. What be lurking in the waters? Oh! You'll also note that the said gun has a very far range. There was a small, tiny crab there. There is no longer a small, tiny crab there. There is just blood in the water. Oh, this gun. I am so happy I could get my hands on it. So happy. I'm never letting go of it ever again. Sure. Nothing can separate me from the memento mori. Not even death itself. Port report. No, this isn't a good trade for it. I remember now. Yep, we'll just go with that. Ooh, a chili fleur. Hello there, little wildlife. What are you doing? No, much narrower range for the forward gun. Further range, narrow field. If you keep it in there, ooh, you keep it in there. Ooh, a strange catch. Alright, and up we go. Where we'll stop? Well, in London, of course. In London, indeed. Scooch over to this deal. And see if there's something we can do at Pigmo Isle. Maybe help raise it up some more. It's still unfortunate I got that -2 on its spirit. That definitely hurt. See if we can. We'll see if we can recover its stats up a little bit. Devote needed attention to poor Pigmo Isle. Try to make up for me losing so much on its spirit. The worst odds for it. I just got unlucky. Repairs. Report. Help solve a dilemma, and hopefully it's a different one. Raise the tide. We need your wisdom once again. The aid takes you to the coast, where the huts still smolder from the last pirate attack. Those beastly raiders keep coming for our precious Skintalak, it squeaks, shaking a paw in impotent fury rage. How can we protect our shores, hairless advisor? Revise attack on their stronghold. Unfortunately, we do not have a very high might, so that's not gonna work out, and I do not trust my odds there. Suggest they raise conscription. It will be unpopular, but safety must come first. Or recommend they accept loss. Skintalak carvers to work harder to make up for the shortfall. I'm tempted for the second one just because it'll probably raise up their might a bit. And that is probably the best I'm gonna get out of this, unfortunately, because yeah, the other ones, it's probably gonna hurt it, but the other ones I think are just gonna wind up worse, so be unpopular, but safety must come first. Oh, their spirit's so low now. Unhappy soldiers. Parents nuzzle their pups farewell, holding back the tears just long enough. Conscripts waddle towards the training camp in hastily made, ill-fitting armor. 1 up to might, 2 lost in that. I mean, the accept fate would have been even worse because it's just a negative. Oh, I just keep on getting bad events on that one. And it hurts. Oh, it hurts. But c'est la vie. C'est la vie indeed. It is how things go in life. And death. And in serpents. Oh wait, not in serpents. We're gonna stop by Hunter's Keep to ideally get some more angry serpents, so we can get more profit off of this empty box I have going on. But yeah, because using it, I think we can do that again. And that works out because it's better than just selling the empty box, and sunlight is too risky. Yes, sunlight's the problem. Box full of angry snakes. Yeah, that'll pass by customs fine. No one minds a box full of angry snakes. Just send a box of angry snakes through the mail. No one will complain. Don't actually do this. If only for the sake of the poor snakes. They don't deserve what fate will come out of that. Snakes are friends. Just not the snakes in... Just not the snakes in Fallen London. Be careful of those guys. But general, normal, actual snakes, yeah, they're friends. They're perfectly fine. They do a service. Like stop mice from infesting. Grand old house. Yep, well, we'll have to exchange in stories again, but honestly, it's worth it. Visit the cellar. We've done this before, and we shall do it again. To go back on board the ship. Sunny, restless prodigals. Do this again. Ah. Now, if Salt's attention, but we've triggered a thing now. Hunter's Keep in darkness. A hump of dark rock swathed in mist, like 100 other undersea islands. A grand house rises on the rock, a silhouette empty of lights. The uncut grass on the lawns bends, rises, bends again in the breeze. You smell damp stone and, faintly, blood. Go up to the house, crunch across the gravel, up to the door. The brass of the door knocker is tarnished. The paint is beginning to peel in the salty air. No one answers, but the door is unlocked. Words in darkness. The hall is dark. The parlor, too. There are signs of disturbances here and there. A smashed cup, an overturned piano stool, scratches on the walls. You bend to pick up a page of paper and hold it to the light. It's an unfinished poem. You think the handwriting may be Fiobe's. The absent moon, the gnawing hunger in the heart, the well, the sea, a great many crossings out. There are sounds from downstairs, from the kitchen. You push open the door cautiously. Something clings to the ceiling. Something turns yellow eyes to you and hisses. Explored the silent house on Hunter's Keep. I've gained 10 fragments. Something, somewhere, has changed. Specifically, here. Silent house. Like, there's two options. You're a bit limited in what you can choose, so I'll read this one first, but I'm not gonna do it. The thing in the kitchen. The yellow-eyed maid clings to the ceiling like a lizard, fierce and wiry in her ragged uniform. She hisses furiously. When you advance a step, she scurries away to the far end of the room, still on the ceiling, weeping. Somehow you suspect you may not have much time. Catch her with a net, or coax her down. There's also the other option, which I have just as bad odds of trying to get on, but the silent house. The house seems empty. All is still. Why, then, do you have the sense that there's not much time remaining? Search the house. Discover whatever you can about what happened here. And look, they're leaning very into, you only have so much time to do things here. Or you could loot the house, which I'm not going to do, but you're given the option. Musical instruments, curios, jewelry, even Fiobi's paintings will sell. It's robbery, not salvage, but if you don't, someone else may. We're not going to do that. We're going to test our odds and see if we can do a thing. Search the house. Ah, we failed there. An empty house. Bedrooms, bathrooms, the breakfast room, the servants' stairs, all empty of life. The long, encased cloak at the top of the stairs ticks like a heart. Outside, the sea sighs. We can try again. We have succeeded this time. A distant song. You cock your head and listen. Someone is singing. A woman's voice. Soft over the fountain. Lillian rain falls, the southern moon. The sound takes you up the winding stairs to the turret at the back of the house. You try the door at the top. Locked. The sound ceases. It was Phoebe's voice. You call out to her. What's happened? We wanted their stories, she explains reasonably. We only wanted their stories in the beginning. We get so starved for stories out here. But then, Lucy. She breaks down in sobbing. Want us to break down the door? Your bosun whispers. While you're considering the answer, one of your crew swears and points. Smoke is leaking from beneath the door. I deserve an ending, Phoebe calls out. When you press your hand to the door, you can feel the heat on your palms. Succeeded in the mirrors check. The house on Hunter's Keep is aflame. Gained 1 tale of terror. You've gained 2 terror, 40 fragments. 90%. Phoebe, the arsonist. The fire begins in Phoebe's turret room, but it spreads quickly. Sailors tumble choking from the door as the smoke billows out. The yellow-eyed maid leaps from a window and streaks across the lawn on all fours. Watch, it's all you can do. Or save Phoebe. Her mind may be lost to grief and madness, but at least perhaps you can save her flesh from the flames. 90% chance. Come on, game. A desperate rescue. A bucket chain passes up water from the sea. Enough to slow the flames a fraction, and to soak the cloths you wrap yourself in. You dash through the flames, your skin crisping, eyebrows sizzling. Your hair grows back patchy after. Phoebe is slumped against the wall. You seize her, sling her over a shoulder, dash out. The spine of the house breaks with a roar as the roof falls in. Sparks fly up towards the false stars so far above. The death of the house takes hours, but it is total. Only a cindered shell remains. Phoebe weeps when she wakes, racking sobs that shake her body. You should have left me, is all that she will say, for the longest time. Her face is horribly burned. She goes bandaged after, like the half-dead of the tomb colonies. Perhaps she's half-dead herself. It can be difficult to tell underneath. You have succeeded in a Veils challenge. You've lost 1 crew. You now have the Scarred Sister. She was the youngest sister of the Hunter's Keep 3. Now her home is gone. She will not show her face, nor speak of what occurred, but she is prepared to use her education to help heal your crew. Lost 5 terror. The house on Hunter's Keep is a blackened shell. You now have 1 A port report. Keep's end. The lights are gone from the keep. The hunters keep in ruins. The lawns are weedy meadows walked by the wind. The gravel paths have sunk to mud. The house is a jumble of charred stones and timbers. Pick over the ruins of the great house. Fungus and cavern vines are already reclaiming the masonry. A presence in the ruins. No one has come to reclaim Hunter's Keep, despite its proximity to London. Here's one, a porcelain heart, untouched by flames. The place has an eerie reputation. One of your sailors cocks an ear. You look questioning. I thought, she says. For a moment, I thought I heard a woman singing. Gained one terror. You've gained one tale of terror. You've gained one outlandish artifact. House on Hunter's Keep is a blackened shell. And that is Hunter's Keep. But we do have a survivor. The scarred sister, as I described. She technically fulfills as a doctor, 5 hearts, and a doctor board. But obviously her stats are less than the others, so with that in mind, she can increase your hearts. Ask her to talk about what got deep. Usually in the sick bay, or up on deck listening to the wind, watching for the rare storms of the undersea. You can invite her to dine with you, and talk about storms. Don't think this does much, but I'd be interested in the dialogue. Yeah. Morose and uncommunicative, she picks at her food. Used to sit in my turn and listen to the wind, she tells you. I wondered why we had wind down here, you know. There's an account in a journal. She bends her heart and stabs at her plate. She bends her head and stabs at her plate. Perhaps she's thinking of her books, burnt with Hunter's Keep. So yeah. Tragic, but there is something we can do with her. You also note, because we lost a crew person, because I didn't fulfill up my buffer because I forgot to recruit people, we are below halfway on our crew number, which means we can only go at half speed. This is going to be the longest ass trek from Hunter's Keep to London that there will be. You'll note, Hunter's Keep has even changed on the map. It is now just a burnt out husk. As tragic as it is, it could have been even more tragic. You're not guaranteed to save Phoebe. You aren't, and I am very, very glad I did. It was a 90% chance, so I generally had good odds, but I don't trust my luck enough to expect to just guarantee that a 90% is gonna succeed. Many games have taught me, if it's not 100%, it might as well not be any other percentage. You either have 100, or you have everything else. Here we go, back in London. Collect our harbor master. And speaking of which, before we get rid of our dudes, let us allow him to enjoy his sleep once more. And get another box of angry snakes that we can sell. Here we are, back in London. We'll sell those. We can hire on more crew, and we will. First things first, let's see who we have here. This will simply... We only have this as an option this time. Sign on. Gage is sailor. A desperate desire has led this one to sign on. Who cares? They're very keen. consequently, they're cheap. 5 echoes for 1 crew is actually a pretty good rate. A new face, they come, they go. May this one live a little longer than most. The same process, because 6 is still not enough on my buffer zone. We can spend 30 echoes to hire on more crew. Sensible sailors are looking for a safe return to the tomb colonies, or at least a sane run to the southern archipelago. You'll need to buy drinks, spread around hiring fees, look for daredevils. It's a hard chance, we have 100%. So 30 echo for, well, let's see what we get. Rich pickings. Your tall tales find a ready audience. Scarred and seasoned men and women tramp aboard and find places to sleep in hammocks. Succeeded, lost 30 echoes. 3 crew. I think that's the best you can do on this, which puts your crew to echo cost being 10 echoes per crew member, which is pretty good. And 9 out of 12 is a respectable boundary to be at there. 100%. Let's here. Don't have anything for you. In our hold, we have wine, Skintalak. Need fuel. The Memortai. Always pleasant to look at. We did not get rid of our recent news. Okay. Well, either way, time with our family. And we shall tell some more tales of far lands. Bump that up to 15. Get rid of all our terror. This is good thing. Submit port reports. Palmerston, Cecile, Godfall. I trust that Hunter's Keeps and trust the sisters are keeping well. They are citizens of her enduring majesty, notionally. Unfortunately, open shock. This is ghastly news. The poor girls. We had warned them that they weren't safe, but it had been so long, I thought, well, it's done. Thank you. I'll have to look into the matter of a supply post. You've lost a port report, keeps end. 20 echoes, a fuel. No more favors because it is a repeat. 1 fragment. Here's one of the few new ones we have. Station 3, excuse me, just let me call a colleague in. Omitted. This is my colleague, Mr. Villian, of the Ministry of Public Decency. Mr. Villian, this good captain's report is here. If you would care to... Yes, the fire is already lit. Let us... There we go. Now only ashes remain. It might have caused such a lot of trouble. Thank you, Captain. We appreciate your discretion. Here is your payment. You need not trouble yourself further in this affair. 100 echoes. One of the most profitable initial things. You're not given that much for repeats, but you're just first time off. It's like, yes, here's 100 echoes for your silence. Thank you. Another favor, more fuel. Abbey Rock. Remote Island. Another Shroom. Another Iron Republic. It is a blink once more. Polythreme. Frostfound. Oh wow. I actually picked up more than I thought. Okay, I'm still good on space, though. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Picked up more of those than I thought I did, but that is acceptable. Quaker's Haven. Demir Island. And that is all we have for that. Here left in our hold, the Strange Catch. That, which I will be using. 8 of those. Remember also those things. Still working on those deals. We'll get to it. Buy a little bit of fuel. Let's see here. There's stuff we could go in for. Well, not that. That is expensive. You'll get where you need to go. For 1,000, you can get Buttercup, more power, less. I'll have to think on what's a good investment here. There are those. There's the option of getting a really good deck weapon, and then we'd be in. Well, then we'd be in a pretty decent position all around for our weaponry, at least. Yeah, in fact, sure. We'll go from 8 damage. And oops, we want shops. We're just gonna go for the best. Cheminus Yards. Dangerously jovial Mr. Fires manufactures the most intimidating, least carefully tested devices. And we want not a whole weapon because we have a whole weapon. I mean, a forward weapon, we don't want that. We definitely don't want the torpedoes. Ugh. Not been a fan of the torpedoes. We do, however, want this. A deck weapon. Chemnus Yards Hell Thrasher. Chemnus Yards stand well back. A gun of savage and alarming power. As a deck weapon, it has 18 hull damage, 18 life, 2 crew damage, with a same amount of work time. So we're plussing 10 damage on each of our deck weapons. And we will very much buy it. Reference, that puts us at 16 of 22 to 25 of 33. Along with our Mementi Memori, this is pretty much as solid as we can get for forward-facing firepower. At the time being, for sure. And we shall go for it. We shall definitely go for it. We need to sell Skintillac. You know, we'll sell all our Skintillac again because we are going to need hull space. Bumps us back to there. We no longer need this guy. It sells for 10. Yeah. That's about right. Now we can buy 2 more fuel, just to be safe. And that puts us at that point. And what that also points at, too, it's almost 1 in the morning. Oh, dear mercy. So with that, we have made really, really good progress here. I am happy with it. We've bought our little Corvette. We will want to upgrade this eventually, but that's a longer term project for boat upgrades. We have 2 options there. Both are tempting. Although that one right here is a lot longer term of a deal, but this guy is one of my standards. It's a good deal, but it's a long ways away. What will get us there in the intermedium is the merchant cruiser, which is also the other reason I bought that deck gun. You'll notice the merchant cruiser does not have a forward weapon slot, which means the inability to use the Memento Mori, which is unfortunate, but the fact that it has 120 cargo hold is vastly important. So next time around, we will be continuing to explore the Z as we have been doing, hitting up stories where we can, and hopefully, what we'll be able to manage to do is we'll want to get this merchant cruiser, and we'll want to get a better engine. Whether it's purchasing it or through other means, we'll see. But that's our goal for next time. There'll be some other things we have to unlock as well. Say a certain thing we might be popping up to Port Carnelian for first off. But that will be for next Sunday. Because it is late, I am tired, and I... and I could do with sleep. So, next Sunday is when we'll get back to Sunless Sea and our wonderfully going journey here. And as long as we have this Corvette, we are going to savage everything with our weaponry. Also, speaking of which, while I remember, we need to repair. Badly damaged, short on money, worth a go. Hull is 180, that is perfect. Okay. One of those things, while I remember, I need to repair so I'm not near the halfway point. But yeah, next Sunday we'll be back to our adventures here. As for when I'm next streaming, that will be Tuesday. where we will continue playing Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which Rules of Nature has been stuck in my head this entire week since I played it. Thank you, game. so we'll tackle that Tuesday, and then Thursday will be our second session of Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, which should also be fun because honestly I've been having a blast with all the games I've been playing. This a long-standing thing that I have always done. The Revengeance and Mechanicus being new games that I'm enjoying thoroughly. And that is great. So, whether I see you all next Sunday for more Sunless Sea, or whether I see you some other time this week, I hope everybody's evenings go well. I hope everybody's weeks go well. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, following, watching. I appreciate it all so greatly. Slowly, steadily, I will work my way to Associate, and it'll be on the courtesy of all y'all. I'm happy for it. I truly am. I will get to it. I will continue, hopefully, just streaming, having fun, showing off the games that I enjoy playing, or playing new games that I will enjoy from having played on here. Thank you all. Have a good one. And I'll see you next time. Cheers.